Hello everybody, how are we doing? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another edition of the Kung Fu Cup. So good to be here with you guys. So hello, hello. Good to see you. And we are going to be getting underway in just a few. Just getting things set up. Obviously, bracket just went live. Thinking between two different matches to start us off. Kind of depends on what Roddy wants to do. I kind of feel like Roddy's going to do Trigger versus Spirit. But yeah, we'll see what Roddy's doing. Yeah, he's doing that one. I'm going to do Oliveira versus Mana. Sweet, Oliveira Mana for us coming up in just a few. Hello, hello, guys. Hope everyone is doing great, doing well, ready for some action today on the Kung Fu Cup. Should be a good one. Let's get my YouTube stream set up as well. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Alright, so things coming up. Kung Fu Cup is getting started. We'll be in do some action very shortly, guys. Again, thank you for a little bit of patience early on. But we're going to get this going. Mana Oliveira for us. Players online, so that means we should be pretty ready to go pretty quickly as well. So that should be problematic. Looking good all around. Alrighty, guys, we're gonna get going in just a few. Kicking off into Oliveira versus Mana. Actually getting the lobby up right now, so we are pretty much straight into it. Perfect. No downtime today as we get ready to rumble. Oh, we got everyone in here. Perfect. It's gonna be party time. What you love to see. That is what you love to see. Alright, alright, alright. Cool. We're just waiting for the official stream to be ready to go, guys. So a couple of moments extra. Kick this off, get into the action, and we'll be, like I say, ready to rumble into some SE2 today. Let me just reset it. I had donations last time I streamed, so let me just go and reset my donation goal and stuff. Don't gotta do that every stream nowadays, but today's one of the days we can click the reset button. Beautiful. 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 Alright guys, perfect. We are going to be kicking off in just a couple moments then. Like I said, we're in the lobby. We are pretty much set to go. Just need Mana and I to be swapped. Mana can set his race to Protoss. And we will be good. Alright, go. GLHF's being called. We get ready to go. Kick off into action. It is going to be Oceanborn for our opening map of the day. So, Oceanborn TVP best of 3 coming up. We get this going. Apparently, we are waiting a moment, so we're not quite ready yet, but hopefully very soon. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Alright, we are going to be diving in just a second, guys. Kicking this into action. Countdown is going to finish up. Let's get this underway. Let's see what's going to go down. And we begin in the bottom right-hand corner of the map with our red Terran player. This is going to be Oliveira, one of the favorites as usual in the Kung Fu Cup. Always seems to pop off in this event a little bit. Of course, Chinese-hosted event. I feel like Oliveira always shows up in those that little bit more, as weird as that might seem. I don't know if like, it really makes a difference, but I always feel like I always end up following a bunch of Oliveira in this event. He's had some good finishes, which ain't easy to do in one of the most stacked online tournaments out there, as in the top left-hand side. The Team Liquid Protoss player who has continued to see pretty reasonable success across the board. This is Mana. Game number 1 of this best of 3, as we get underway on Oceanborn, and we see what the games have in store for us here. Let's jump onto we have an official WTL obs in here, so I'm going to jump on those just to take it away for us in the early stages. Get everything rolling. See what's going to happen. How's everyone doing in chat? Let me know what's up. Hope you guys are having a great week so far. Hope you guys are excited to enjoy more SCT as we continue through today and into the week. Tomorrow we're going to have WardiTV Summer Bash action as well, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Excited about that. As the SCV comes down, the ramp is going to go nibbling at a probe. Just trying to find some damage here and there. It's just getting some bits and pieces wrapped up for the moment. So far, so good. Looking good. Looking pretty. As, yeah, we just have our SCV continue to chase that probe down. So a little bit more damage being done. Can't complain more than usual. Lovely. I mean, that's something, right? What's up, Ina, over on the YouTube chat as well. Hello. If you're over watching on YouTube, do not be afraid to say hi. We're going to actually have a couple YouTube streams back-to-back this week. We'll be doing the WardiTV Summer Bash. Will also be fully available on YouTube, so every day of action of that starting tomorrow, and then next week, Tuesday and Thursday, and the week after Tuesday and Thursday will be available too. So we have plenty of YouTube streams coming up as well. Going to be trying to be a bit more consistent on the YouTube uploads as well. I let that slip over the last month or so. As Mana is just going to throw a little pause out here. I'm still not even talking about the game, just doing some intro things, and we go from there. So a couple of moments, Mana just dealing with whatever is going on, and hopefully we can quickly get on into our game properly then, following this. We'd seen a very minor bit of setup coming through. Looks like Mana was just about ready to drop his tech down. I think it's going to be a Twilight Council. It's, Mana clearly getting a very important package on the way. Yeah, he lost a probe to the Reaper, and we are going to resume here. But I think Twilight Council is about to be placed, unless we're going to wait for 150 gas with that probe off of the minerals. Looks like we are, so it's actually going to be a Stargate. Stargate after Warpgate as well, so yeah. That's why that probe ends up waiting, because with the Stargate it costs a bit more, so you usually end up kind of cancelling Warp Gate and going Stargate first, but then they're going to get Warp Gate, then his Stargate comes down. Oliveira with the double Cyclone opening, you've got to feel is already going to put you in the right direction of having, you know, a couple of Cyclones. That's really good anti-air, obviously puts you in a great place, so some questions to be had in that regard as this Adept shades down to the low ground. It's going to start fighting against a Marine. It will go down. The next Adept shade going to come up the high ground. A couple of Cyclones are still going to chase, and the Adept now has to just back it up and get the heck away. Falling off of there for the moment. Just going to have the Adept kind of recall home, but you get to see the Cyclones, so now you know what's going on. Phoenix going to be the immediate call from the Stargate. That's where Mana wants to head to, with 2 more gateways as well, so really trying to ramp up production numbers so you can deal with a bit of a Cyclone push. Those gates not being delayed at all. A couple of Phoenix will be able to lift some of the Cyclones up and delay those as well. So that will also be a factor, as both Cyclones join together now just out the front, and our Stimpack coming through. Warp Gate still coming up. Phoenix on the way as well as the Stalker gets back down the low ground. Battery coming in. A couple more probies on the way out. Adepts need 3 shots on SCVs. Yeah, because SCVs have 5 more HP than drones and probes. So Adepts do 2-shot other workers, but they 3-shot SCVs. Same as like how Hellions 4-shot SCVs, but they 3-shot probes and drones. Because that 5 extra HP. I think it's because SCVs, the idea is that they need to be repaired and it costs money to repair SCVs, whereas probes and drones regenerate HP/shields naturally without any cost. But yeah. They did used to 2-shot SCVs when Adepts first came out, as the triple lift from the Phoenix is going to be costing you on Phoenix, but you probably get 3 out of 4 Cyclones, right? Put the Adepts in position, you can stop this last Cyclone from retreating away, and we are good. So Phoenix with 3 Cyclones, I think we take that trade, because that's all of that pressure from Oliveira just cleaned up now. And all he did was really put some damage on some gateways, so yeah. Yeah, way back when Adepts first came out, they 2-shot SDVs as well. They also 2-shot Marines back then. Yeah, it was just some numbers that got changed and swapped about and made it so that you could more easily handle those Adepts. The Adepts doing a little bit less damage to those Marines and SDVs really made a big difference in shifting the meta in early Legacy of the Void. Adepts going to go shading up this ramp, and they're going to meet the wall off, which is going to be just nice to keep them on the low ground. We're actually going to commit onto the tank. Hard to say that we love that, right? I mean, that's a lot of Adepts. They're not going to get the tank. Tries to lift with the Phoenix. SCV repair is too much, and that was just not a good call from Mana. If the Stalkers moved forwards as well and we got some extra shots on the tank, then sure, but I don't feel like that was ever even really the plan. I wonder if that was even meant to be an Adept Shade finishing, or if that was just straight up mistake from Mana. Because he positioned it on the tank to threaten it, but I just don't think he... I feel like he knows now absolutely he should have never committed it, but I wonder if it was really ever intended to be, like I say, that fully committed in the first place. Interesting little situation. Well, a couple of tanks hanging about. SCVs are going to get a turret and a depot on the way over on that right-hand side. Our +1 attack upgrade coming through on the engineering bay. Depot lowers. Bunker sits in the front. And a Stalker sentry combo. Just chilling out the front of the 3rd base as well. It's just going to be hanging out there. We do see a few more Zealots warping in. A couple extra gates and Robo Bay coming up also. Our Marina just heading towards the upper left-hand side as well, so it's just on a little bit of a poke up to the top. Phoenix moving about, Medevac Marine +1 on combat shield continue to build. Some nice shots, pick that Marine off. Still got the Twilight Council and Robo Bay coming up as well. The Phoenix and the gates continue to come about. Is also in production as our Phoenix gets zoned back in toward the main. Gonna find one Marine on this ramp. The SCVs are pulling, so Oliveira says, okay, I like my chances of just being aggressive, and I don't blame him. Upgrades are going to be done. The SCVs will be a great buffer. There's only the first Colossus about to pop out in, well, still about 30-40 seconds. Yep, very important position to hold here. Very typical position on Oceanborn, this forward ramp. Don't let him get to the high ground easily or freely. The Phoenix are tracking that army too, so you know that it's moved, and you can buy time with some force fields here as well. Mana will drop a few down. That's not good enough, though. Marines leak through, and that is not good enough at all. Those force fields a little bit overlapping on each other, and the Marine seepage is just going to be costly. We haven't even really lost SCVs yet. Now the first couple go down. The super battery doesn't matter. There's enough Marines to target down anything you'd like. The first Colossus shows up. Realistically, that tank should have stayed siege and we would have just shot the Colossus down. Now we'll stim one more time and kill it off. Mana has to GG as he misjudges his defense. And Oliveira didn't even really need the SCVs for that. That's why it was really just a misplay on the defense from Mana. Because if the SCVs weren't even needed, something's gone wrong. And something absolutely went wrong in that situation. GG's, and that is going to be Oliveira popping off to a 1-0 lead to start off the day. So Oliveira gets off to a 1-0 lead. And we'll get into our game number 2 of this in just a couple moments as we wait for this to get hosted on up and through and ready to go. So we'll get that hour rolling. Just, again, a couple people to join and leave the lobby. How come Terran goes 2 base so many times against Protoss? Because Protoss as a race kind of builds up on this kind of flimsy nature of like they're trying to get as much tech as possible with as little as possible. And that's a very fine line to walk, and so it's very easily punished by a lot of these 2 base timings. Right, where it's just the Protoss is just trying to get into a great mid-game position, and they're doing it by building a 3rd Colossus, right? You know, they built Phoenix in the early game. There's just not a lot of kind of like straight up, you know, numbers of units. It only works against certain styles, because say Mana had played like Phoenix Charge, for example, and you had like a ton of charge bots there with Phoenix. It's the kind of army that can do a whole lot better against aggression. Just the way the styles match up. I don't even think, I don't think it's necessarily even scary for the Terran to go super late game, although I think later in the game Protoss often feel quite comfortable. I think it is just the fact that if you are good at recognizing when your opponent doesn't have enough to secure what they're doing, it can just be a very easy way to kind of end the game then and there. If you execute correctly in that moment, then you don't have to let anything else happen, right? So why give the guy, why give your opponent a chance to play the game if you don't think he should ever get to that point? And there's also that question to be asked of like, hey, look, if I, don't punish you now and you are being a bit greedy to the point where I could have punished you, if you get away with that greed into the mid game and then the later game, then that's something that is going to affect the Terran as well, right? That does put the Terran on a bit of a negative situation. So it's kind of a double whammy of like, if you don't punish it when you can punish it, the Protoss gets away with it. As now we're going to have the mainstream pausing. They do not have sound. Hopefully this isn't going to have to regame, but maybe it will. So I'm just going to have a moment while they figure this out. Just waiting on then this to be fixed up. Terran late game is not good. I think Terran late game is pretty good, man. You have deliberators and stuff. They can be very heavily zoning. There's a lot you can get out of that. You have to play like Mario to win? Not really. A lot of Terran players find success in the late game, though. Like, Oliveira is very decent in the late game. Clem is very strong in the later game. HeroMarine can play a very scary late game TVP as well. Spirit can really play a very contesting TVP late game. Like, Terran with Ghost Liberator is a super scary army. Usually the issue for Terran is kind of getting up to that Ghost Lib, but if they secure the mid game, it's absolutely a doable kind of thing. Looks as though we're going to resume here. What is scary is, obviously, if the Protoss player gets up to, like, carriers and so on, I think if you let them get to Sky Toss, then yes, that is definitely scary, but it's not like Terran late game is bad. And there's also a lot you can do to not let the game necessarily go to, like, Sky Toss as well. That's like a different kind of late game, but I think a lot of pros obviously don't mind it if they get to that stage, but Terrans, it's one of the things I think Terrans are slowly getting a little bit better at, just little by little figuring that out. Well, Nexus is on the way here on the natural. Our factory coming up at home from Oliveira, so double gas in our factory before we go and do too much else. Reactor being brought up on the barracks as well. Let's just have our first SCV popping in the production tab, and the Reaper still heading down the bottom left to just try and see a little bit of what's going on here in these next few moments. So in we go. We see the Nexus. Reaper going to fire up a few shots. Isn't even going to jump into the main base just yet, as we do have Hellion on the way to support this Reaper, but it is only one Reaper and then the Reactor, so it's not like this is going to be multiple Reapers and Hellions, unless we go Reapers after the Reactor and we hit a little bit later, but with even more power. And then you have the Reactor already built as well, so kind of nice. Okay, having the Reactor up is obviously great, because then you can transition into more units very quickly as well, so having invested into that already is great, as this Reaper does not want to go down. If you're going to commit to trying to be a little bit aggressive with the Reaper Hellion, you don't want to lose a Reaper in the process. You want to make sure you hit with full strength and give yourself the best possible chance of diving through and dealing some of that early game damage. And that's exactly what we're going to start moving towards right now, as the Reapers 2 and 3, Hellion number 2 pop out. Straight to HeroMarine and Marine production, so starting to look more normal behind this. But again, this little squad of units has so much potential. There's going to be 2 Stalkers and a Phoenix up. No Warp Gate. Next Stalker only just starting. You could probably, yeah, just dive with everything onto the natural here. Phoenix can lift one Hellion out of the way. Stalkers will put some damage onto the other Hellion. There is a battery in position. Oh, we hit the Nexus. It's a little bit of a shame, because there's not much you can do off the Nexus. There's the battery. Obviously putting some work in as well. Second Hellion goes down. Just the Reapers left over. We will escape with 2 of the 3 Reapers. That other one was just a little bit too far back and looked as though it was going to go down from the start, really. And that's exactly what did happen, as our Orbital Command finishes up on the natural. Still got the Viking on the way, SCVs and the Marine still coming up as well. Those Reapers pulling all the way back to the natural as well, so just bring themselves back in over here. Again, the 2 extra barracks coming in. Our additional Marines are building. Robotics facility coming up on the side of Mana, so we get that going too. Phoenix gathering up just outside of that natural, as we do have the SCV gonna get lifted up off of that bunker. Viking gonna shoot. Gonna get a few more shots coming down. We do have the Widowmine gonna land a hit as well. I was gonna say, kind of sad it doesn't hit the other Phoenix, because they might have actually been able to splash down. Same thing there. The Phoenix that was already hurt was the one that got targeted. I guess that guarantees the kill, but actually, yeah, I guess it works out. You're probably only gonna get 2 Phoenix and maybe some extra HP damage done. Nicely done though for Oliveira. Widowmine's successful. Suddenly you've lost 5 Phoenix here as Mana. So much of your control in this game is already disappearing, and Oliveira is on a push. I actually think you're going to have a bad time right now. Observer pops out, but by goodness, do you need an Immortal, and you need it right here and now. As Oliveira doesn't actually keep on moving across the map, but I guess when he hits Stim and Combat Shield and +1 with the way that this game has started, he might kind of commit through this to this once again, as upgrades continue to come through. Phoenix firing it up. Reaper will go down the probes. Transfer over toward the 3rd base. Phoenix still on a little bit of a move. Yes, we got a little more damage done. Stim pack, combat shield, and +1 coming up. Hobbs just in the front line there. Got our Marines and our Viking ready to potentially knock that down. And gets out of reach. Forces a second scan. We take those. Losses. Production continuing through. Kind of thought Oliveira would be more aggressive in this game. Having knocked those Phoenix down, you take a lot of the safety net away of the Protoss, but I'm actually just going to start up that third CC and not go to anything overly aggressive here just yet. One Viking just going to poke, and we'll draw the Phoenix to move forward, but you can't go too far forward because of the Widow Mine. Phoenix with the lift, getting the Widow Mine there. We begin to drop into the main base. Phoenix will continue through. Viking trying to fight back. Marines are going to unpower the super battery as we come into position. Widow Mines are going to go off. The Colossus still alive. Not with a lot of HP though. No battery healing. Marines are going to fight through everything. The Phoenix can't make a difference. It looks as though this one is going to be done and dusted as Oliveira breaking through the main base of mana. And he's going to be powering through to the next round of day. I believe the reason I picked this matchup is because the second round is pretty fun as well. I think it's going to be TBT. I think it's going to be Oliveira HeroMarine, although I'll have to double check the bracket myself when the game actually wraps up. I think that's what we were going for. It might be something else, but I think it's going to be a good match no matter what. As extra Marines and Marauders show up, Oliveira just looking a little bit too powerful. Obviously has the +1 upgrade advantage. Super battery will still be on cooldown from usage in the main base, and mana as his Colossus falls, so will this first series for him. Oliveira 2-0, moving through to the second round of competition in today's Kung Fu Cup. And yeah, HeroMarine is the player that Oliveira now comes up against. So HeroMarine, Oliveira, TVT going to be coming out. A lot of fun matches starting up, guys. There's a lot going on in the Kung Fu Cup. There always is. I think we're just going to follow into that initial kind of setup of HeroMarine versus... yeah, HeroMarine versus Oliveira. We can go from there. Perfect. So yeah, we're going to follow that one in just a couple of moments, guys. I guess we jump out of this one. It's ready to go. So, we do know what's coming out next for us. HeroMarine, Oliveira, TVT action continues as the early rounds play out. Showtime versus Hearthstone taking place as well. Spats against Lambo, Estrella versus Coffee. ByuN Firefly starting up shortly as well. It's also a fun one. Lots of cool matches. We might change section after this match, but I think this TVT is a fun one that a fair few people would like to see a little bit of. Clem, please. Yeah, I can't watch Clem because Roddy's doing Trigger versus Spirit, so I assume Roddy is going to follow the winner of Trigger Spirit into versus Clem. So unfortunately, I don't get choice on that one. But I'm sure Roddy will have you covered if you want to check his stream out. He's live. Cast and stream and everything. As, like I say, we're just waiting for a couple of moments here. Get into this next series, TVT, coming our way. Couple of moments and we'll hopefully be underway. The veto process is beginning. Ghost Youth just got vetoed out, for example. Nora, Ghost, River, Ocean, Vaughan, Side Delta all taken out of the vetoes as well. We are a veto away and a map pick away from hosting up into the TVT here, guys. So a couple of moments to get this TVT up and running. Get this all properly kicked off. Exciting times, exciting times. Dun, 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 dun. Looks like we're going to have first map going to be Ghost River. Sorry, we had 2 vetoes when it was only meant to be 1 veto. But we're in the lobby, so veto issues aside, we are having our progress be made. And it sounds as though it's time for us to go hopping on into action. As we're going to go Ghost River here for map number 1 between Oliveira and HeroMarine. Like I said, TVT, yeah, mirror matchup, but a pretty fun mirror matchup in my eyes. So let's see what we are going to get as we load on into it. Counting down on Ghost River. Loading screen is up. Gonna be away in a moment. What's up, Zergy L? How you doing? Good to see you guys. Again, thanks for joining us for some Kung Fu Cup action today. As we have in the top right-hand corner, the red Terran player. This is Oliveira. Taking on the blue Terran. In the top left side of the map, we have HeroMarine. Off and away we go. Exciting TVT then. Here in Oliveira, I've always played pretty fun matches against each other. I remember back to like Casa Civil War and stuff. They played some really important matches against each other there as well. It's either that or War Chest Team League, one of those 2 events. And yeah, that was before Oliveira was a world champion of Starcraft 2. So obviously has only been improving since then in his resume and so on. Yeah, nowadays I see these 2 guys playing. They're both just Terran players that to me have so much potential, have so much opportunity to see success. I always think it's fun to, like I say, see them both playing and taking part. Excited to see what we come out with as we move on forwards. Currently, it's going to be that second Rax for Oliveira out on the map, being a little bit aggressive down in that bottom side. So Oliveira already trying to feel out the potential to deal some damage. Got a little bit feisty. I'm into it. I always like the 2 Rax Reaper. Players like Oliveira and Clem always kind of resort to this build. It's something I call it like a comfort build. It's something they always feel comfortable with. It puts them in good positions. It's not quite the most normal of openings. I always think it's such a fun build to watch because obviously it's not like fully committed, but there's a potential for some damage and stuff. I don't know, I like this I like this little opener. Oh, I don't like it so much when it goes like this because it means that the game's going to end super quickly, and HeroMarine just had his first Reaper too far forwards. GG. I'm just like, yeah, I kind of like this build. Yeah, I don't like it so much when that happens, obviously. That's a little bit brutal, a little bit painful. Sad, sad, sad. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Well, that was game number 1, guys. We'll go into game number 2 here in just a sec. Very, very quick first game. Ay, ay, ay. Well, it happens. Like I say, those things, those games do come about. As now apparently the keyboard is broken of our host. I'm not having a good day. The sound broke, the keyboard broke. What is going to go right for these guys? Nothing so far, unfortunately. Alright guys, just waiting for them to figure out the keyboard issues so they can host the game. Hopefully just a couple moments. It's been quite a day so far, hasn't it? Very quick game. Elsewhere, any results? Future moving forwards, nothing crazy there. Shin beats Lemon. Classic playing against Jim. Young still going up against you, Thermal. Like I said, I don't think there's any other results that I've not really mentioned just yet, but mostly games are happening and progress is being made across the board as we make our way through today's Kung Fu Cup. Hopefully, like I say, we're going to be having these few issues now, and then we'll be done with these issues and moving onwards. And not having any more for the rest of the day after this, so fingers crossed on that one. But like I say, the problems are going to be just short-lived. As we get going on Alcyone. Game number 2, so it looks as though we are going to be able to resume here. Wasn't too much of a delay in the end, was it? It was okay, it was manageable. Alright, countdown is going to begin, so away we go. Hopping into game number 2 as HeroMarine falls to a very, very succinct attack. Not really much to really talk about on that one, guys. Wish it was a little bit more exciting than it was, but unfortunately it was not. As we hop on into game. In the top right, our red Terran, this is going to be Oliveira, taking the 1-0 lead within a couple of minutes in that last round. Taking on here the blue Terran player, HeroMarine. I know I was complaining a little bit about TVT, but I did expect it to be, like I say, a little bit stronger than what we had last time. So here's hoping that we get something a little bit stronger here this time around too. Game 2 starts up, and Oliveira is going to send an SCV out onto the low ground immediately. Just going to go hide in the corner. I wonder if he wants to maybe play a little bit of a mind game or something, possibly. I wonder if that's got some potential as, yeah, going to build a barracks over there. And if HeroMarine scouts and sees no barracks, he might start to panic a little bit. So I think there's a little bit of a mind game going on in this one as we get ourselves going in these first few moments. Not actually going to be any second gas either, so nothing coming out of there. Just have ourselves the Reaper continues to come through. Reactor and the orbital command coming up as well. So a little bit of everything here in these early stages getting started for the moment. Let's see our factory coming online on both sides. It's going to be pretty mirrored in terms of timings of tech and so on. So we get all of that underway. And as the Reaper continues to move back out onto the map again. So just on a little bit of a journey around, seeing a little bit of what's up and what's going on. CC will be starting on the low ground. Again, I got a Cyclone coming up. A couple more Reapers are on the way. Keep moving about. Keeping an eye on what's happening. Again, just trying to see if there's anything in particular they can get done, but this has been a pretty even situation to start out with so far. Don't really feel as though we're in a rush to try and do any other things just yet. Reapers trying to get in a little bit of a fight. Two more Reapers showing up, and Oliveira is going to get a catch on these Reapers of HeroMarine. So HeroMarine will be the first to be losing out in terms of some numbers on this one. So numbers will be lost. As I just have back at home, a Cyclone sent defensively is not looking to come out onto the map and get involved at all. So it's going to be hanging back for the moment as well. Reapers, Hellions making their way through this command center. This orbital starting to take a couple nips of damage. The Cyclones show up though, and the Cyclones should be good enough to kind of defend for the moment, so I can't imagine that's going to go too much further. As yo, what's up, Shakyor? Thank you so much for the 10-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much. There's our Hellions going to be gathering together and still trying to get something done. You do have the pushing power to potentially take down a Cyclone or so, but don't feel as though it's going to be very easily done. That much is known. As we continue onwards. Cyclone's actually going to get another pick off. Love the medevac being here. Obviously means the Cyclones can get picked up and evacuated as necessary as well, so no issues all across the board there. As the medevac is still lingering though, and Oliveira just trying to keep some pressure going. Wave and Interference Matrix both continuing up. Medevac and a couple Cyclones pull back over the left-hand side. With Ravens on the way on both sides, we really are getting to a much more comfortable position across the board here, I think. Things are going to start looking a little bit cleaner. See Raven chilling about, hanging around for a little while. Medevac, Reapers, Hellions continue to move across. On just a little bit of a journey there still, making their way across the sides. Raven hanging about, a few Marines gathering together. Again, Vikings, tank, and Stimpack all on the way through. Cyclone still looking for an edge to kind of play with, looking to kind of catch on a corner if possible. Just gonna hop up into the main here, and into the main base they go. Just gonna boost on forwards. Popping up in the background, a couple of SCVs drop. The Reapers continue to be a bit of a defense as all said and done, HeroMarine ends up. A good chunk of work is ahead right now. Third CC moving into position, probably about a minute ahead of Oliveira's, which still needs to morph into an orbital as well. So HeroMarine is definitely drawing blood back in this game number 2. TVT though, there's a long way to go still. There's nothing decided yet. That much is for certain. As our Marines continue to gather up. Vikings and the Ravens come together. Again, 1-1 upgrade, stim pack on the way. That stim is way sooner from HeroMarine. So definitely watching on HeroMarine's side to see what he can do with that stim pack, and to see if he can kind of move onto the map and make things happen here already. If he can do so, then amazing. Just need to see if that's something he can fully get to. One stim. Again, still coming through from Oliveira. Upgrades in terms of 1-1 is going to be pretty even. HeroMarine may not take advantage of stim, but he will have a combat shield timing window as well. Thanks, Marines. Defensively, I think we're going to be okay. I don't see HeroMarine kind of just stimming straight into this, but obviously still has the potential to be mobile. And then if you're mobile and you have slightly better Marines, then obviously there's a lot you can do with that, because it's going to take a lot more from your opponent to play defense than the other way around. So I definitely think that's a factor to keep in mind. As Liberator sieges up, a couple of SCVs begin to drop down dead. Those few Marines is pushing the lib back up to the top. Right. So both these Liberators are going to sit here. HeroMarine just finding ways to edge out even more damage. Going to go with the double siege here, and he actually will get rid of both libs. So, both Marines, so both libs will survive. And now an Order Turret has to come in. At least Order Turret cannot be attacked back by Liberators, so that should be a guaranteed cleanup. We'll get both of those. That's actually not too bad. 50 energy to finally clean that up. I'd take him. Marines tank still gathering up in the center. The rest of this army from HeroMarine making some steps forward. Again, 2-2 is on the way. Combat shields will be finishing very shortly. Cyclone locks on. CC going to be taking damage. Combat shields is about to finish up on the side of Oliveira. And 2-2 still just a little bit further ahead. Marines is going to come stimming forwards. Anti-armor missile goes down. Big spread of unity from Oliveira trying to get defense. He hits every single matrix as well, so I think this fight turns into Oliveira's favor the deeper it goes. And he will clean up everything bar the medevacs. The medevacs get out alive, and that is going to be a supply evener. The supplies even out. And Oliveira has got to feel good about that, because this was not a pretty situation for him in the game. He was definitely trailing, but that's going to do a lot for him there. Medevacs load up, a couple extra tanks loading, more Marines as well. I like that HeroMarine is going to decide to go and be aggressive again. Medevacs up that right side, going to be spotted by the Vikings and missile turret! Oh my goodness, this is bad. We lose one of the full medevacs, the second and third. Trying to get away from those Marines. Marines have caught them though. They all go down. Oh, what a catch from Oliveira. Perfect defense on the attempted drop on the top side. We will get a couple of siege tanks here. HeroMarine finding some presence, but man, two terrible fights in a row for HeroMarine to fight into his opponent, and then the attempted drop getting shut down completely. Well, HeroMarine's really got to be feeling a little bit sucky after that one. It's not pretty. We see our Marines and our tanks continue to move out through the bottom side of the tank firing away. Marine tank Raven joining up together. Tanks going to be trying to take position in the center. We go tank 4, tank right there. Stepping up, tanks and Vikings pushing forward. CC gets the answer on that right-hand side. HeroMarine with a pretty committed dive right now, but he's going to get surrounded. 3 of the tanks in Matrix, man. None of these fights from HeroMarine have been it at all. He looks a bit lost in this, which is a little bit surprising to say, because I feel like HeroMarine can play some very competitive TVT, but he has just not been able to win a fight to save his life in this series. When I say series, I mean this game, because obviously game 1, he just lost his first Reaper, and that was that. It was done. Ravens, Marines, tanks, Vikings moving forward. Since Dow goes down, we hit another Matrix. I mean, Oliveira not wasting his opportunity to get aggressive. A little counterattack from HeroMarine at least, maybe able to find some values. We knocked the planetary down. Marines are still going to be going. Depot's taking shots. SCVs go down for HeroMarine, 9 go down for Oliveira. They both lose that 5th base option, so now 4 bases apiece, 2 more Ravens on the way from Oliveira, so he's very happy to keep on teching. Marines on a load, a couple more SCVs going down, Vikings still moving across. And that is going to be our Marines continue to stand and fight. The Marines of HeroMarine doing pretty well, because they're going to continue to trade until the bitter end. Finally, they will get cleaned up, but they took a lot of Marines down with them. Obviously got a lot of SCVs on the way as well. Tank shot. A couple of tanks need to take some return fire. Interference matrix goes down. We've seen those couple of tanks trying to get siege up. Matrix is going down. All 3 of those tanks getting picked off as well. Going to be seeing the rest of the Marines pulling out to the upper left. The army of Oliveira once again just playing clean up. HeroMarine unsuccessful still on most fronts. The tank positioning from Oliveira has continued to be fantastic. Continuing to turn those Marines away again and again. HeroMarine is still yet to find a breakthrough point in this. HeroMarine at this point is kind of hoping that Oliveira kind of misplays some of the fights, similar to how he did. That's going to be tough to do when you've got so many Ravens as Oliveira, though he did lose a couple of them right here. But when you can Matrix every single tank, like I say, it's going to be very hard to really mess up the fight so badly. And that's going to be GG's. As Oliveira takes our second series of the day, as he took our first comfortably. I mean, he was behind in this game. I mean, HeroMarine, just like I said, really struggled to take a lot of the fights. That is going to be Oliveira moving through. He plays Gumiho on Milky Cow, so I think time for us to step away from this section of the bracket and to go elsewhere. Rex going to be playing Lambo. Estrella plays Clem or Trigger, but I can only imagine that's still on Rotty's channel. So I think we're going to go Shin Classic is maybe, yeah, I feel like that might have started already. Goblin 2-1 Trap, by the way. So Goblin advances over Trap into the round of 8. Apparently ByuN and eThermal playing the longest series of the days. Is eThermal live? I don't see him live. Nightmare's in game. I was gonna say Nightmare is did I just swap over to Asia? Why is Clem on Asia? Why is Clem in a lobby on Asia? What's going on? Wild. Shin Classic then is already underway. 2 minutes in game. That's unfortunate. Well, if we have Nightmare finish his game, we could potentially go Nightmare versus ByuN. Nightmare is a favorite there, so Nightmare ByuN would be kind of a cool match to go into. Skillers play Showtime or Hearthstone. That's very PvP heavy. I'm trying to avoid the... There's a couple sections that are just very mirror heavy. Trying to avoid those. And it doesn't give us many options. It pretty much is just wait for Nightmare to finish and watch him play against ByuN. And I think that's pretty much what we're going to go into here. I don't think there's much better of an option, to be honest. So yeah, I think that's what we're going to do here, guys. We'll probably take our first little break of the day, though, while we just finish some other matches to finish up. I mean, if Oliveira had an opponent, we might just go for it, but even he is still kind of sat waiting. He's waiting for Gumiho and Milky Cow to finish playing still as well, so also happening. Maybe I just came out of game, so it might not actually be too long. So yeah, let's take a quick couple minutes break. I'll come right back and we'll Starcraft on the way after this. ByuN and Nightmare are going to play each other now, as Nightmare did indeed win his match. So they vetoed, and we are good to go. Let's hop on into the top left-hand corner with our red Terror player here on Ghost River for map number 1. This is ByuN. Taking on in the top right, our blue Protoss player, Nightmare. Well, kicking off into this TVP. Looking to see what may be happening. As you have one SCV out over here. That's going to be where ByuN builds his initial barracks. So a little bit of a mind game. Now it's a small map anyways, that is still going to be a bit close to the opponent. It's going to be seeing that probe moving about on the natural. Racks and the gas continue to come through. Probe nibbling at that SCV. Trying to do a little bit of damage, but obviously doesn't quite know where the barracks is still. Going to go hunting around, just trying to figure out where it might be. Cybercore coming up, Nexus building. Factory and the Reaper continue to come through as well, so we get that all online. Probe nibbling at the SCV. Then get the barracks back into the base and get a reactor going. The Reaper's going to turn around and come get a probe kill. And that's going to happen without too many further delays. So probe goes down, you get that guaranteed. Obviously now Nightmare knows the Reaper is back on the left-hand side. Stalker pops, Reaper moving forward. Stalker going to intercept said Reaper and turn that around immediately. As our Cyclone Command Center continue to come up and about, trying to get this all on the way in. The Stalker's able to shoot, and that Reaper obviously just wants to pick up some info. Let's see, for example, second gateway before any other tech tells you that this potentially has got some aggression kind of attached to it. So a little bit of an aggressive start could be very interesting to follow as our Stalkers do get rid of that Reaper there. The gateway coming up, Twilight Council coming in, and there is Nightmare then finally teching, but still, like I say, second gateway early means a lot of units available. Cyclone locking on, Stalker dealing some damage, or taking some damage. And we'll see the Cyclone being chased away now. Stalkers actually would be loving to get that catch as Cyclone locks on for a second, continues to run. At this point, you're basically just trying to drag the Stalkers as far out of position as possible because you've got a drop coming through the top side instead. It's just getting that up and running. Stalker's still gathering. Liberating Siege Tank coming through. Our medevac going to come boosting, and there's going to be a drop in. We're going to get rid of a probe, and a couple other probes taking damage also. He's shooting back. Stalker's going to go onto this. Defense is good from Nightmare. Some lost mining time, but nothing too major for this point. This is going to be ByuN able to sit comfortably in the top right with that medevac, so that will stay alive for the moment. Medevac chilling in the upper right again. Blink is on the way. Observer, gateways, Nexus all coming through. Tanks and a couple Marines continue to come up as well. The bird comes up that right side again. Charge, Observer, Nexus, gateways continue to come up. Yeah, one stalk in the front. Charges on the way now from Nightmare as he gets ready for the next step of this. Just lots of gateways, free gas, and just powering up those numbers so you can overwhelm ByuN as ByuN comes across to the other side. That's going to be the goal right now. The Marines and the siege tanks continue to get across over that right side. We're seeing a couple Stalkers already taking some shots. Again, that charge coming through. Force field available to buy time, and we'll do exactly that. Cuts a few Marines off as well. Do the tanks want to siege? We're losing probes. Over in the main base, it is going to be the Liberator that sieges up. Gets 5 probes and a Stalker. Not bad at all. That's actually pretty sick. The medevac came back in, dropped 1 Marine off, and then backed away. But yeah, 5 probes is nice, and that's obviously keeping a few units out of position of the defense as well. So the army at the front of ByuN cannot ever be kind of fully committed onto by the entire force of Nightmare. So that obviously keeps you in a pretty good spot too, as probes get back to mining. Twilight Council will be coming down over on the main, so just going to pop that into position. And again, Stimpak, Combat Shield, and +1 all continue to come on up, getting that underway. Well, Fusel's going to set on the left-hand side. We're just going to be seeing our ByuN and our tank setting up in the center as well. Let's see, the Zell's going to jump on this bunker. SCV's coming in to try and repair it, but not enough of them get there. So the Zell's are going to be good. ByuN is mostly pushing across the map. ByuN continue to move up. The rocks did not go down. The rocks are usually nice to have for the Terran because you can put tanks behind it, but doesn't look like we're going to bother with that. Some of the Zells get towards the tanks. The Widow Mines die before they get to fire, so that means the Zells get to survive that full HP, but Nightmare says he doesn't have enough to hold the third base. I always feel like losing the third, and giving up on the third like this is almost always not exactly going to destine you for good things. 2 bases against 2 bases. I mean, you're getting tech up and online, but it feels like such a more playable situation for the Terran. You never kind of wasted time trying to get to the third base, whereas you did. You delayed, you know, tech because you went very gateway unit heavy. You'll just be seeing our fire drop into the main base. Oh, that's a nice pile. That's going to be a couple gateways. 3 gateways depowered, so that's amazing. 3 gateways getting picked off right there as tanks on the low ground. Maybe could have been targeting the Colossus during this, as we, for the most part, going to have to back away from this now. That tank will fall. ByuN still has an army supply lead, a worker deficit. The whole idea is that he can maybe make the workers never get a chance to mine the third base of Nightmare. Cells coming about, Stalkers, Colossus, and Sentries coming over. Just see our ByuN coming back around that right-hand side. Stalker's going to try and go for the Widow Mine. We jump through. Colossus taking some extra shots. Will go down. Colossus falls. Get back onto it here as we continue to chase in. ByuN just trying to utilize the power of his army in the here and in the now. Colossus taking some big hits. Sentries dropping. Everything dying. And I think we are going to be good to wrap this one up, as ByuN is just a bit too powerful. No more tech units will be popping out from Nightmare, that's for sure, as GG is called. And that is ByuN taking game 1 of this best of 3 series. GG's. ByuN opening up strong. As we get ready for game number 2, we're going to get diving right on into it seems, as we get ready to gamble into this one. Alright, we're going to kick this off in just a couple moments, guys. Get this going again. Back on track as we go to Alcyone. In the top right-hand side, up 1 is going to be the red Terran player. This is ByuN from the Shopify Rebellion, of course. He'll be playing in the WardiTV Summer Bash tomorrow. If you guys want to check that out, Group A of the competition coming in tomorrow. Gonna be a good day. ByuN top right, he takes on Nightmare in the bottom left-hand side, blue Protoss. As he gets settled down for round 2 of this one. Nightmare just missing the numbers to get kind of back on track, to get settled in. Ended up in that rough spot. As he's coming about, Probe's getting chased around. So yeah, SCV's chasing the probes a little bit. Orbital and the Marine continue to come about. That's then going to go down. Marine is going to fight. Probe is going to get dropped. Frax lifts off, pulls over to the sides. Sniper Core, Nexus continue to come through as we'll get the assimilator coming up from Nightmare, the factory starting as well. Reactor comes in, next coming through, the Adept on the Warp Gate coming about. Axe is still coming up over on the natural. Twilight Council building up from Nightmare as well. Seeing our factory going to start up a Cyclone over there too. There's again Twilight Council coming in. The Nexus coming about for the moment. Going to be seeing our Stalker and the Wolf Gate still coming in as well. So just getting a little bit of everything on the go. Cyclone Marines, Starport coming up at Command Center. Finishing on the high ground. Going to morph that into an orbital. Blink building on the side of Nightmare. The Gateway coming up. Get that underway. Cyclone is going to chase down. The Adept is going to get pushed out through the middle of the map. Cyclone is going to be able to stay locked on. Adept just about getting out of there again. Blink, Warp Gate, Stalker Probes, Gates, all coming through. Cyclone still heading down to the bottom, and more Marines and SCV coming up as well. Stalker going to take the Watchtower. Going to hit the line of sight blocker area, and is now going to come forwards. Hit the Cyclone a few more times. Cyclone doesn't even get a lock onto anything, and it's going to be not lasting very long at all as the Banshee and the Cloak continue to come up. Again, Banshee tank, extra Marines coming over, SCVs are building, the Blink is on the way in. A robotics facility coming up as well with extra gateways continuing by. Depth shades into the main base. There's 2 Marines and a Cyclone there that would have gladly met that and handled it. Robot facility still finishing up. Gateway coming through. That Blink again about to be done. There's extra Marines and a siege tank coming up. Extra barracks on the way. Stalker's taking the watchtower as again robot facility gateway continuing about. The probes and an observer coming in. Another Stalker warping in on the front of the natural as we do have the engineering bay and the bunker continuing through as well. Observer builds up for the moment. Bringing the obs in, Stalkers around the top side. The observer heading out into the center. Continue to the top for the moment here. Just trying to see what's going on. The Stalker's ready to jump on towards the natural perhaps as there's already a tank here. Bunker isn't finished, but I don't think we can justify sitting to kill the bunker. As that Marine goes down, it's going to be our Stalkers. One went to the high ground. We actually knocked the Cyclone down quickly, but a good amount of Marines here. 2 Stalkers dead. Obviously, we talk about Cyclones at this stage of the game. Cyclones are not the be-all and end-all by any stretch of the imagination. Now we're getting quite a lot of Marines. I wasn't loving this for Nightmare, but seeing that he's actually winning the fight against the Marines, might get a little bit more. Can escape once Marauders show up. And Impact Combat +1 coming about. The Medivacs, Marines, and Marauders still coming through. Widow Mines in production as well. So get up to that top side again. Extra gates, next turn thermal lance. Charge, Colossus continuing by. The Observer still sitting just out on the edge. Couple Widow Mines coming across as well. I was still keeping an eye on things. Medivac's going to go boosting around the bottom right. Away they go. Obviously with some Medivac action on the map then, ByuN will turn some of the attention away from his own base finally. 10+1 is about to be done. Our Bio is going to come boosting in. Bio will unload. Stalker taking a lot of shots. Stalker falls down. Pylon is going to get picked off. +1 attack finishing. We're just going to keep diving through. A couple of Zealots getting picked apart as well. Yeah, right over to the corner. The couple of Zealots still coming about. Our Stalker's going to blink. Medivacs will die. Was this enough on the side of ByuN? Well, now we're actually going to recall to the low ground, man. Oh, we didn't even get the Colossus to the low ground. A couple of Widow Mines going off. That wasn't too bad. And even just recalling, though, from the main to the low ground, just showing you that Nightmare was a little bit unprepared to really meet that fight. Not a bit of a shame. Observer going to get caught. A few Marines getting underneath there. Again, Templar Archives coming online. The Forge coming up. Extra Zealot, Stalker, Colossus, and the Sentry coming in. There's another Sentry. There's a 2 more Zealots warping in as well. A few additional probes coming out on the side of Nightmare. Bang bang, and 2 Zealots get picked. +1 armor not far from finishing. +2 attacks still coming up. Lots of shells coming by. Bioforce still pressing forward a little bit, joining together. As ByuN holds the middle of the map, we have Nightmare very comfortably there, just going up towards Storm. So he introduces his second round of splash damage into the game.
It's going to give Nightmare some better fights moving into the future, so a part of this is going to be looking good. Ghost Academy coming up, CC, Medivacs on the way. +2 attack is up to being about halfway done. The +2 armor just starting up as well. Prism just gonna be settling in. We do have a little mine going off. One Zealot gets blasted right away there. Storm now completed, so like I say, Nightmare's army gonna be that little scarier. Having High Templars in play will absolutely be a very useful addition. Prism already moving forwards. Well, of course, the ByuN is probably not enough to truly fight, although you can still kite and trying to threaten a little bit, maybe force out a storm or two early. That's then just going to be some drained energy off the High Templars ahead of another fight further down the line. A few Zealots splitting off, but ByuN is going to be meeting these Zealots with a good chunk of bio, maybe a little bit of an overstim. Don't know if that was necessary at all. Got to be careful because you obviously are in danger of losing a fight in this bottom right, and then the army on the top left is quite a lot of your forces, but so far trading brilliantly. That right side fight didn't do anything for Nightmare. I don't think he killed anything at all. He lost a bunch of shields. He lost a couple of units in the front lines as well, so Nightmare not having a good time. The Bioforce pulling him back up the top left-hand side. Viking Marine Marauder still coming out. The +2 armor is on its way in as well from ByuN, so we bring that through. We get that going. I mean, that's going to be putting him at even more of an upgrade lead. He's already an entire set of upgrades ahead, so it's going to be extending that upgrade lead even further. That is crazy. +2 armor about to be done. +3 attacks coming up. Ghosts and Vikings continue to come about. Disruptors over halfway through. The additional Zealots are popping. Again, +2/+1 on the way through. Bio gonna come in, get the Zealots. Stalker Zealots will continue to come about, and we are gonna just go charging forwards here for a little bit. Now Disruptors chilling at the front. Bio coming around the right-hand side. A little bit of that stim out down to the south. The Zealots in some trouble. I like that cheeky little feedback. Gets it, goes with the High Templar. He's going to get traded out in return. Storm comes out again. Vikings pull back. The Bio going to stim forwards once more. Just going to dive through. Good EMPs all across. We killed the Prism. They only got one High Templar out, so that was the only Storm available. No Disruptors coming in during this. The Zealots flank in from the backside now. I mean, that's obviously very late on. The Vikings left behind. They will die. ByuN's last bit of army is having to retreat away. That's a painful loss, though. One full medevac should go down, as ByuN just doesn't have the boost to get away to the bottom corner, so Nightmare is able to get a little bit more of a grab in the end. A few more Vikings looking as though they have been forgotten about and donated. They're going to land and attempt to get a Disruptor. Well, at least he made something of these Vikings, because they were otherwise just going to be sat there and getting blinked on and dying anyways. May as well land them and try and do something. Army back into the middle of the map. Missile turrets, Marauders, the Ghost coming up, +3 armor, still about halfway done. Our Bio going to get rid of one of the Zealots there. Disruptors. Going to be good for 2 Marauders, now a couple Marines. Another Disruptor shot flying through. Zealots, Stalkers, Disruptors still coming about. You have the Bio now lifting back up into those Medevacs. Stalkers still coming through. Medevacs got chased. Going to recall once again. Still got our +3 armor coming online. The advanced ballistics coming up as well. And Bio gets there, clearing up as our medevacs go all the way down into that bottom right corner. I sat down in the bottom right. Just going to be seeing our advanced ballistics coming up. +3 armor finishing. Extra Oliveira is coming in. Stalk will just wander over, gets a Marine in the process, and Nightmare wants to bully up his way up to this high ground. ByuN has a big drop in the bottom right, so Nightmare will lose a base. We're not sure how substantial that base is, especially as he gets a Ghost Academy, and probably this base in return. So that's a fantastic trade-off. Nightmare up in economy. Yes, ByuN still has top left, so it's going to be 4 bases each, but losing an orbital is obviously not fun. Disruptors getting some work done. However, as Liberator siege up, it's going to be a little bit tougher for Nightmare to ever continue that push. As now our bio continues further forwards, and the EMP goes down. Some Zealots taking hits. Probes are going down. Zealots try and turn into this once again. Not working out. We sit there. Our bio continues to trade. Our Zealots are going down. 21 probes currently killed. Bio continues back over. The few Zealots are getting cleaned up. Medevac's load up again. We're going to lose 1 Medevac on that bottom side. Big jump in the main. Love that. Just keeping the action going, especially as ByuN is then coming through the center. Fire's still pushing up. It's going to be a little EMP going down. Stalkers and the High Templar getting caught. The rest of the Stalker force coming forwards here. Liberators are setting up, sieging up on top of this army. The Stalkers come blinking onwards. Bio is just going to get disrupted down. Bunch of ByuNs continuing to drop dead. ByuN's supply is still prevailing as obviously we get rid of another base. It's a big win to keep Nightmare pinned back in this game. Liberator sieging up this mineral line. Actually, a bunch of libs left after everything else is said and done now. We will finish off this Nexus as well. Bio can maybe even dive a bunch of those disruptors top left-hand side. Looks as though we do get all the disruptors. The Stalker's still dying. ByuN looking to power through with a 2-0 in this best of 3. Looking beautiful here in today's Kung Fu Cup. Moving through into that next round. Looking very good so far. ByuN 60 supply lead after a warping of Nightmare. So he is comfortable. He's ahead in workers, ahead in army, still ahead in upgrades. One thing he's had throughout that upgrade lead has been absolutely massive. Continue to move around still. We're going to stem towards the front, going to get towards the watchtower. We got our bio coming over, just going to be seeing the storms coming down, and we do have a couple more libs and marauders continue to come about. We do sit here comfortably as ByuN. Just don't really see how he loses a fight, as he was very far ahead on supply, and is looking comfortable here as he moves through. A couple extra Liberators sieging up. This Archon will be falling. The Stalkers are still getting pushed away. We turn around onto this gold base where a few more probes go down. The Nexus will fall, and that is 2-0 for ByuN as he moves comfortably into the next round. Like I said, I think this entire series was pretty cozy for him. He will be the second player in the round of 8 today, as that full round of 16 is playing. So Sola is taking on Goblin in the top. Shin is playing against Classic. ByuN will play against Oliveira or Gumiho, so that unfortunately becomes a TVT section. MaxPax against Ryung. Skillis against Showtime. Lambo is waiting for Clem or Estrella. And that is how the games are looking so far today. So that's where everything is at. Round of 16, like I say, playing out. We can't go bottom side. I don't really want to go for the ByuN TVT. We already did our TVT bit today, you know. As Sir Eccleston, thank you so much, mate, for the 27-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you so much for subscribing. So I don't really know what we do next, but I will just quickly say that if you guys are enjoying the stream, I appreciate you guys dropping by. Don't forget to follow, and if you've got a sub, don't forget you can use it. Use your primes, etc. Helps us out massively, allows us to keep on running our own StarCraft 2 content as well as casting the tournaments of others. So do consider subscribing to the channel to help support the stream. MaxPax and Ryung have been in game for 2 minutes. That was one of my next ideas. Skill is Showtime, I guess I could go check. feel like everyone's in game. Skill Showtime have been in game a while. Does the clean feed have something on it? They are doing Oliveira Gumiho. I don't really want to do Oliveira Gumiho. I don't really want to do the TVT section, so... Classic just took out Shin 2-1, so Classic's going to be through waiting for Solar or Goblin to finish up. So maybe we wait for Solar or Goblin. And maybe that will give us a round of 8 to hop into. Or we hop into Solar versus Goblin halfway through. Also a possibility. Solar and Goblin have been in game for 10 minutes, so actually that might not be a terrible idea. Don't hate that. I don't hate that plan. Yeah, we're just gonna wait a little bit, guys. Like I said, I feel like we pretty much gotta wait for something to finish up before we can resume, but it should be round of 8 time shortly. So get excited for that. Night times. Bum 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 bum. So yeah, Solar just came out of game. If they've got another game coming up, we'll hop into that. Otherwise, if they're finished, that means we do have a quarterfinals. So we have a game coming up here either way. Shouldn't take us long to hop into, like I say, either game 2 of Solar Goblin or game 3. Or the winner of that versus Classic is a possibility as well. Goblin currently in a replay. Solar not rehosting a game. Showtime 2-0 Skillers, so Showtime advances to the round of 8. He will play MaxPax or ByuN. As I said, MaxPax and ByuN have already been in game for a few minutes here. Trying to figure out if Solar and Goblin are going to resume. Looks like Oliveira Gumiho only just started as well, so that section is yeah, that section is still ongoing. That's going to be a little while then. They've got to go round of 16, then round of 8. Okay. Yo, Sakota. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much. We're just waiting for Goblin to come out of a replay, I think, is what's going on. Not sure what the score is, but Solar said that he's not finished with Goblin, so we'll go Solar versus Goblin game number 2 or 3. That figured out. Grab the score from Rex's stream here in a second. To hop into this one. Alright guys, thanks for the nice STU content. Hell yeah, thank you so much for using your Prime on the channel. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Again, we have WardiTV tournament action coming up again starting tomorrow, guys, so WardiTV Summer Bash coming through. Should be some good fun. And just need one moment to see what Rex sets the score as. Come on, Rex, you're gonna set the score immediately, right? Oh, Goblin. Oh, okay, Solo 1-0. Perfect. Oh, Rex is gonna say it in the chat as well. Rex, I was spying on your stream to find out anyways. Alright, let's go into this. Top left-hand side up 1-0. Gonna be our blue Zerg Solar, as they're playing blue versus teal. The lighter blue Protoss in the bottom right is Goblin. Well, you know what Solar and Goblin are getting into then. It's a 1-0 lead here. winner of this plays Classic, so that's probably going to give us just our next couple of matches in general. Gives us a good idea of what we're going to be doing here to get this up and running. I was going to see our probes then mining away and get set up. Hatch gas and pool coming in, gateway at the front. And our overboard of solar continues across the map as well. Just going to follow this for a couple moments while we wait for some tech to come online. This Overlord on the slow journey over. But Cybercore is about to be done, so we can see what Goblin wants to do here in this game too. No idea what happened in game 1, didn't catch any of it, as the Stargate does go down. So, I mean, that's very standard for PvP, PvZ, sorry. That's not really a surprise. Stargate is really a norm. The thing is, it's Goblin, right? And he's absolutely the kind of player that will do things a little bit differently with that Stargate. He will play into just the super fast Sky Toss setup. He will play those more aggressive those more defensive kind of laid-back styles. So yeah, maybe even, dare I say, even some double Stargate Phoenix is like potentially on the menu for Goblin. Like, he will not always play normally, so that Stargate may be normal, but the next stage of this, we'll have to see what happens there. Void Ray. It's already kind of an interesting start, right? Because when you open Void Ray, that's not quite the norm. So by going Void Ray here immediately, you're just going to go and kind of deny the Overlords. And then it really, to me, the Void Ray suggests you're going to do something a little bit weird, because you're going to go and deny the Overlord and then kind of play this game afterwards. It's like, well, I've got a Void Ray, I'm going to move it around, I'm going to make sure you don't see anything, and I could be doing anything behind that. Like, absolutely anything. Well, that's Void Ray going to come overhead. We do have an Adept clearing out the Ling as we just take the third base. A couple Queens coming about. The Overlord's coming through. Void Ray, oh, decides not to get the Overlord. I think he could have had it and got away, although it gets very low, getting away as it is, so maybe couldn't have done, actually. So Void Ray gets turned back. My feelings on the other side are going to catch a couple of Adepts in the corner. One of them is not quite as in the corner as the other, so it will go down. That is a nice catch from Solo, already reducing the Adept number. Again, with our third base coming up, it doesn't look like Goblin has any plan that is too crazy here. Got accounts on Forge both building up for the moment. The Void Ray of Goblin coming across the map. Our Oracle activating a drone becomes a Spore Crawler. And a couple of Queens still coming across, hitting the Oracle as well. The Oracle goes down though. Kind of sad. You've got a low HP Void Ray. You've lost your first Oracle. I think Solo's already off to a pretty good start when you consider these things. As you just see our Queens. Just gonna get over there, Void Ray. Just gonna be zoned out. Now this Void Ray doesn't have much of a role to play anymore, especially with low HP like that. A Queen or two very easily push it back before it can cause any trouble. And like I said, that gives Solo now a lot of freedom as well. He saw the third, he knows he can kind of just tech and drone. So he will get onto that, as he actually is behind a couple of workers at the moment. So I'm actually surprised by that. I actually thought he would be very comfortably kind of just going, you know, big on the drone count very quickly. I feel like I thought he knew that was going to be a possibility for him. He's going to come in for a wraparound on the Adepts again. Once again, Solar just looking to try and grab some units on his own kind of command. Going to get rid of one Stalker. Another Stalker or two going to get chased back. The Lings come back over the left-hand side. Nexus here will drop down onto the 6 o'clock, and that's going to get denied pretty quickly as well. The Lings come in, clean that up. Nicely done. Very nicely done. Everything's still gathering up. We do have Stalkers now pushing through the center. Blink and Plus 1 going to be done in a moment here. Goblin would love to get across the map and make something of this, so trying to get across on that one. They're going to get rid of the pylon, which is a nice job from Solar, trying to deny warping potential. Slows the opponent down. There's no robo facility here from Goblin, so it's just a very committed Stalker attack. Denying a pylon is obviously a pretty big deal. Extra Hind is coming about. The Lurker Den will drop into place on the 3rd. Our few Stalkers going to push up. Hydra, Queen, both going down. Lings got chased about. Lings continue down to the bottom. Stalker's still going to be there to chase the Overseer back as the Lings press forward again. So Ling Hydra coming over. Going to hit that Queen. The rest of the Lings coming across. It's been a good defense so far from Solar, and the problem is for, Goblin. I mean, he is teching up, +2 in charge, now double robo, but it's going to be so late in comparison. I think Solar's going to get very comfortably to Lurkers, and a Zerg that gets to Lurkers that comfortably is almost always something of a problem. Stalkers move up, a couple Hydras are getting pushed back. Hydra Force continue to come around. Good stasis ward. And again, the question is, how much does Solar want to do right now? He's about to be able to start Lurker upgrades. So do you want to trade out now and then potentially delay just a bigger Lurker attack? Or do you want to try and start trading now, trading early, and then going from there and kind of mixing it up? Definitely some questions to be asked. Stalker just pulling back again. A few more Zealots to get warped in. Only going around that right-hand side. 5th base of Solar coming down in the upper right, so we get that on the go. Kitchen is going down. Zealot Stalker able to clean up there. Now Zealot Stalker going to try and get a catch in the upper right-hand side. Pick off this hatchery. That's a kill, so actually Solar does not get a cancel. It's chasing. Zealot's getting hunted. Stalker's going to get stuck in the corner. Zealot's still moving up that right side from Goblin. We continue forwards. Hydra's going to be fighting Lings, trying to get in front. Zealot's getting chased back, and Solar is continuing to control this pretty nicely. Like I say, Lurker upgrades are going to be done soon, so we will see at some point shortly, I imagine, some Lurkers actually showing up, and there they are. They've actually been made, and they're coming around the left side. Fortunately, they run into the Oracles, so they get revelated immediately, and there's not much else to support them. So first Lurker dies, the Stalker's chasing after. Storm halfway done. Lings taking position, little revelation going down. Our army pulling back towards the high ground again. +2 missiles, 11 more Lurkers, all coming up. We have ourselves the hatchery on the top right side, getting finished in just a few. Drop that revelation down again. Lurker's going to get grabbed. Now make our way over to the right-hand side as we blink forwards to get rid of an Overseer. And that will also fall. The Lurkers will try pick through this set of rocks instead. just going after them rocks. Our units back over on the right. We're going to charge through. Good storms onto those lurkers very quickly. Good damage dealt as the rest of the lings come out down to the bottom side. Actually be able to hit this run by very nicely. It's a lot of probes going down. Feels as though that's going to force Goblin to be very aggressive over here, and he does drop good storms. He's breaking into this position. Feedback from the Viper as well. Horrible fight for Solar. Where's the rest of Solar's army? Yeah, the lurkers are just positioned off to the left-hand side. And he's going to try and bring them forward to chase this down. He is probably going to lose this hatchery, so 5th base denied. Killed 19 probes, but his run by is now gone. As he tries to play the wraparound on this army, you've got to be careful, because those immortals can shred lurkers. If there's not enough of them to be scary, then you're in a little bit of trouble. Do we have any sort of a recall available? We do. It's not on cooldown, so it's just a question of having energy on a base. We should surely have energy somewhere. As these lurkers continue to trap this army in the corner, I'm surprised we didn't try to recall yet. I think now is going to be the time. And Goblin decides to get the hell out of here, as Solar does have to go back to the drawing board, rebuild his 5th base, get that set back up again. And it's going to chase, and we're getting pushed. So lurkers coming through, Ling's on the way. We are going to be seeing our fleet beacon coming up as well. A bunch of these additional lurkers coming in from Solar currently. Burrow. Fire lurkers going after the Immortal. The feeling is trying to get forward there. We'll have to pull back. We have a little bit of a standoff. Viper's chilling out overhead on the bottom left. Lings, Hydras and Lurker getting caught. So they're not going to go very far. It's going to be a position denied as Goblin does not let Solar get away. And plus 3 missiles, Spire coming up, the extra Lings are coming about. We do have a Queen in the center again picked off as well. The Immortal Colossus continue to come through there as Lurkers continue to run back towards the upper left-hand side. Hydra's going to come in, get rid of the cannon. There's a Storm coming about, these Immortals still jumping through. Hydras are still dropping down dead. A couple of extra Storms coming in on top of those Lurkers, and just seeing our Lings and Queens moving around the right side. Oh, what a catch this is! The Lings get the catch, the Lurkers can get in reach! That was a massive Lurker damage! The splash is gone, and now Ling Hydra can clean up all of the Immortals. Goblin's army will be denied as 9 more Lurkers morph in. How many Lurkers are we making right now? What are we going up to? We're going up to what, like 15, 24? So that's getting a little bit crazy. Let's just see our plus 3 missiles finishing soon, so there's a lot of Lurkers. I mean, that was a big fight win from Solar. Goblin going to be suffering on the back of that, unfortunately, as we continue down the left-hand side with another group of units. So we continue all the way back home, retreating away. We are going to get maxed out again as Goblin. Can he improve his army? Okay, it's going to start moving up. The Lings are going to be there. Storm goes down. Ling's going to take a little bit of a beating. So it's coming across. Lurker's just about getting burrowed. Storm moving past. Ling Hydra Lurker moving down. Storm. A lot of those Lings getting picked off. As the Lurkers burrow up once again. Another Storm on the left-hand side coming through. My Tempo's thinking about where they want to fight from, as we are going to see these Immortals coming in from all angles. Blinding Clouds coming in. Good Storms, good Concave. And I actually think Goblin's going to get a cleanup on this army. Maybe just 2 Lurker heavy. Not enough other supporting units available here. Still has a 1-0 lead in this series, but I think Goblin might be on his way to tying this up 1-1 as Solar is unable. I mean, he won a previous fight, but there's still a, as long as Goblin got rebuilt, which he did, there's still issues of taking other fights, right? Archon gets up here, Creep Tumors getting cleaned out. More Lurkers morphing in. mean, Solo's going to try and slow it down a little bit now. The thing is, he's not really being set up on a lot of bases, etc., to kind of really slow the game down to play a longer game. So I guess that's the new issue of figuring out how that's going to work. A little bit more creep spread coming through. Hydras and Lings come in, plus 2 melee, plus 1 carapace coming about. Army of Goblin runs over to the right-hand side. Up, gonna grab ourselves a couple of creep tumors. On the left-hand side, a little bit of Stalker Zealot just gonna hit a hatchery as a few more storms coming down. Stasis, sorry, Time Wolf coming up. Our Lurk is still moving forward. So Hydra's making a jump on this. Don't think that's good enough for Solar initially. He loses a lot, but he will get some abducts off carrier. Do we actually have the anti-air to get rid of the carrier? The mothership has to be abducted a second time. The carrier gets away. I think the double abduct initially was a little bit hopeful. Couple lurkers in the back. I'll continue to just do a little bit extra and putting the work in. Do we have the anti-carrier force to clean up here? We actually might be able to chase for one, but Solar just says GG. He's got Zealots in the natural, I believe. Or heading to the natural, and I think that's something he just can't handle. So GG's. And it is going to be Goblin to tie this series 1-1. We are going to go to game 3 of Goblin and Solar. So this one's going to take a turn into the more exciting kind of territories. As we'll get that going in a moment. Any other updates on the bracket? MaxPax did beat ByuN. He will play Showtime. Lambo is still waiting for Clem or Estrella. All European bottom side of the bracket apart from Estrella currently. So that's very interesting to potentially follow. ByuN is waiting for Oliveira or Gumiho, and Classic will play the winner of this Solar Goblin series when this wraps up. Let me just go double check the Oliveira Gumiho score. Oliveira leads that one 1-0. Alrighty, so plenty of games going on, guys. Plenty of action happening. We're going to jump into Side Delta here for round 2. Looks like Clem's going to get a 2-0 over Estrella, so it will be Clem versus Lambo on that bottom side, then the winner versus MaxPax or Showtime. So all of that is happening. As we get set to roll. Jumping into the Solar Goblin ZVP in just a couple. Going on to Site Delta, let's kick this off. In the bottom right hand side, our blue Zerg from Vitality. It is going to be Solar dropping that game number 2. We didn't see game 1, but he went in about 12 minutes. This game 2 was not able to fight towards the end. As we have in the top left his opponent, it is Goblin. Hatcher coming up, Probe coming in, now Drone coming about. As we get settled in here for game number 3 of Goblin and Solar. How's this gonna go? What are we looking at? In terms of strategies, is Goblin gonna try and go up in towards that kind of more defensive game? He's quite aggressive on the Stalkers and so on last game, and I really felt like early Solar did a great job of making sure those Stalkers weren't getting anywhere, but at the same time, I do feel like Solar was always constantly behind on workers, which is obviously a little bit of an odd thing to happen. I wonder if that just kind of delayed him a bit going into the more powerful stage a bit further down the line. Nexus, Cybercore, Simulator, continue to come about here. Probe, we're going to be finishing soon. Spawning Pool is going to be completing up from Solar. So we got that Spawning Pool completed. Again, Drone and Overlord coming about. We got ourselves settled in for game number 3 of our best of 3. It is best of 3s all the way until our finals, which is best of 5 today. And yeah, that link speed coming up, getting this rumbling. Couple of queens coming through. Pro moving about, lane speed coming in, Wolfgate coming in, a couple of queens coming about also, getting all of that underway here. And getting that link speed finished up in a moment will give still a little bit of control out and about around the map. So we're just going to poke about, just going to go after that Overlord for a little bit. We got the Overlord gone, and we are going to go straight Oracle this time, so no Void Ray production from Goblin. Maybe not with as much to hide, maybe just not feeling as though he needs to kind of do things differently or anything, as the Oracle continues out down toward the bottom right-hand side of the map. So just journeying across there for the moment. Making a little bit of progress. Let's head to the top left-hand side. Just going to be running through. And it's going to be hitting that Stalker. So it's going to be catching that for a moment. You know, the Ice and 9, how you doing, man? Thanks so much for the 71-month resub. Really appreciate it. As name Glaive starts up on Goblin's side of things, so he's going to get that Glaives coming through, get that up and running. Glaives follow up then. Going to be a little bit of packing the punch on the side of Goblin. He has that +1 melee upgrade coming up to solo, so we'll be able to use that as our Oracles activate. 3-4 drones going down, Queen in position, Oracle getting hurt. Obviously, if you're going to go Lings with that melee upgrade, you need to make sure you have some way to deal with the Adepts, and that's what the Roach Roar's probably going to be for. Solo doesn't have much gas to afford Roaches, though. Adepts get here, a couple of those Lings going down, obviously using this Vivo to try and wall off. The Lings are going to get a wrap, as the Adepts will just shade across to the third base to get out of that. But I don't even know if that wraparound was that great or that bad. I don't think it was that bad, honestly, for Goblin anyways. He's getting a lot of the Lings killed during it, as now so we'll get a few more Roaches coming out. Goblin's already taken a work lead off of this, and he's going to trade with some Queens, force some transfusions, gets an Extractor. And the extra gates, the Immortal continue to come about. Nice Goblin looking to just be safe as well, right? Because obviously on the follow-up here, if you get hit with Roaches, you would like to have those Immortals to be able to play defensively. Roach Rav just still gathering together. Link is going to start up. Immortal coming through the gateway. Continues in. Again, Immortal and 5 more Adepts coming about. Going to be seeing the Overseer morphing in on that bottom right-hand side. The Overlord speed coming online as well on the side of Solar, coming up to being about halfway done. Adepts will just fire a couple of those lings and getting hit. The chase forwards, we do have more Roach Ravager being made. Solo just on 61 drones. He makes Roaches still. I'm expecting him to just kind of attack, but then he adds on a couple of drones, and I honestly feel like if he'd attacks, it could have maybe been hopeful, but he did have an issue with those Adepts. Maybe he just wouldn't have enough oomph behind that attack to really justify it. Well, Adepts and Immortals breaking their way through some rocks on the left-hand side. Going to break up to the high ground here where he can press forward to get rid of some creep, and Solo's already got Ling set up for the counter-attack. That's straight across the other side. It is Goblin that's fighting in. So maybe Solo was right to kind of mostly make units and then a couple of workers here and there. Maybe he was expecting this attack more so than what I was expecting, as the Adept's going to be the front line. The Ling's on the counter-attack. I actually think Solo's in some trouble if these Adepts and Immortals can just keep on firing, but the Adepts shade, which means the Immortals are going to be on their own. Now, don't get me wrong, these Adepts can cause trouble. The Lings do get walled out. They're going to go after the Cybercore. Obviously, Goblin's got to try and figure that out while also trying to make the absolute most of his units here being in the bases of his opponent. He's at the very least going to kill that forward base. The Lings still trying to break through. Another portion of the wall came up. I think we run out of places to wall on the bottom side of that, however. These Adepts now is going to get taken out. There's Zealots back at home to deal with the Lings. Okay, that's going to do the job for the moment. Okay. Think about a finish from Goblin overall. He's up, what, 15 workers or so. His army supply is good. He's going to recall home as well. I think he's feeling as though he's just done enough and he doesn't need to get anything more done right here and now. I think he's very happy with what he's achieved already. What a game by Goblin so far. As now it's going to be Solo coming across the map to just send it. Overlord coming up. Roach speed on the way. When I say Overlord coming up, I mean a Dropper Lord. So I think he is just going to go. And Goblin is going to have one defense needed to see him through to the quarterfinals of today's Kung Fu Cup, where he'd play Classic in the PvP. Man, there's a lot going on there. Obviously, a lot to control. Figuring out what you're doing with your Adepts, defending back at home, re-walling multiple times over. You now see 6 sentries being warped in by Goblin. The charge coming up. Here we go. Got to be very careful about this fight as the Lings trying to run forward initially. Love the force field. Corrosive Fire's got to be dodged away from. And do not let those Immortals take any hits. Pulling the Adepts and the Zealots back. Obviously, for the most part, you just want to make sure that they are in the front and dealing with the Lings. There's not a lot of Roaches, very Ravager heavy, but honestly, once the frontline units go down, it does mean that those Ravagers are going to be very vulnerable. So while the Immortals do pack a punch against Roaches, just the fact that it's going to be Ravagers alone is not going to be great. And we do have Blink, right? So Stalker Warpins are not terrible. The Stalker should be able to trade very effectively here as well. We try and turn the attention back to the right side. This is where it's going to be pretty much just pure Ravager. And every single unit you kill right now, that is going to be very expensive unit on the side of Solar. Goblin's army supply is still down by about 10. He's got 5 Immortals in total. I just do not think that Solar can break through that. His charge is about to finish as well. So now you can, honestly just add charge lots in. I was saying Stalkers. I think I like those for the efficiency of the Blings, but maybe just a few charge lots at this point. The fact they have charge will make them so much better as Solar backs away, but down 10 workers still. Equal army supplies does not bode well for him. The Oracles show up, and they're going to get multiple Ravagers here as Goblin works his way through the middle of the map. Multiple Ravagers going on and down. Yeah, that's a great set of catches here. These Oracles putting in work and getting rewarded for it, and that's just going to be a few extra losses on the side of Solar. He was already reeling back from an attack that, at the end of the day, was not successful enough. It was not as good as he wanted it to be. Well, we continue down at the bottom right. Our Ravager's trying to fight back a little bit. A couple Corrosive Files coming in. And Goblin, I think, is right to come across the map as well. Punish Solar before he gets time to tech up. He knows his army is better. He knows his army is going to be stronger here because otherwise Solar wouldn't have retreated away. If you give Solar time, then he can tech, but otherwise you're playing tech units against Ling Roach Ravager, you're playing Blink Stalkers that can trade super effectively. We're still building into those Blink Stalker numbers as well. Again, maybe just a handful of Zealots once again just to be the front line against some of those Lings, but otherwise we are really looking great. Corrosive Files continue to drop on through, and this is just going to be our Queen still taking some shots. The Ravager's trying to come forward as well. Stalker's obviously just blinking, and they will be able to keep on getting rid of these Ravagers. Every Ravager is 100 gas, and that's 100 gas too much for Solo to be losing. As Goblin is going to get the upset here in the round of 16. Goblin is going to 2-1 trap, 2-1 Solar, and he's going to move into the round of 8 here against Classic. So that is coming up in a moment. Meanwhile, Oliveira to Ogumiho. He plays against ByuN. MaxPax plays Showtime, and Lambo plays Clem. This is going to be the last round of 8 to start. But we're going to just get ourselves ready to go straight on into that as Goblin pulls off the upset. That is a result and a half. Isn't that heckin' cool? Yes, it is. Alrighty guys, we're going to take a couple of moments here. We will be right back with more StarCraft 2 action coming up. We're just going to go Goblin versus Classic. We'll be back after a quick break. See you guys after this. Okay, guys, so we're gonna go Goblin Classic. There's a bunch of mirror matchups and Lambo versus Clem going on, so we're gonna go into one of these PvPs, get this underway. It's ready to kick off. Let's start up in just a moment. Waiting for these guys to veto up and go, go, go. Like I say, classic Goblin. Fun matchup to end up in. Did not expect that one in the round of 8 today. Goblin, like I say, 2-1 trap, 2-1 solar. It's a little bit crazy. A little bit crazy. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I guess just, I can stay waiting a little bit. Shouldn't be too long, but yeah, hopefully getting this ready to rumble. Looked like Oliveira's in a pretty good spot against ByuN in game number 1. Trying to just jump through some of the different streams. Oliveira's up like 30 supplying against ByuN in game 1. Lambo and Clem. Not sure actually what's going on there just yet. Try and just jump through the different streams. Showtime and MaxPax are 1-1 already, so that's already over on that. Okay. So lots of action going on, lots of different results starting to come through. Say MaxPax Showtime being 1-1 is nice. As Alcyone going to come up for map number 1 of Classic versus Goblin, so we'll get this hosted up. Get this ready to start. Some PvP here as Classic and Goblin face up against one another. Beep, beepity beepity beep. Alright, let's hop in game. Let's get this going. As we're going to have in the top right-hand corner of the map, our red Protoss player. This is Classic. Taking on our blue Protoss, or teal Protoss. In the bottom left corner, it is Goblin. What a run from him. 2-1 trap, 2-1 solar. If I'm Classic, I'm not taking this one lightly, because this man is already proving that he can absolutely have an impact. And for some upsets, he's been doing so already today, so excited to see how this is going to go. To get set up and playing in a moment. So, it's going to be obviously gateways on the high ground, and we're expecting 2 gates apiece on a map like Alcyone. 2 gates each, and there they are. Let me just go from there as Classic's probe does move into Scout. So Cybercore comes in, second gateway coming about for the moment. These pylons coming through the probe, continuing to chase the other probe down, and this probe here from Classic has put a pylon down on the bottom side. Couple of those adepts continuing up from Classic. Our Warp Gate coming through, Sentry Stalker probe as well, continuing to come about for the moment. Probe continues over to that right-hand side again. Stargate coming up, the Adept coming through. The Stargate proxied. Will have the potential to obviously be the damage dealer here early in the game. Goblin is going to put an expansion down, so puts that Nexus onto the natural. Still a couple of Adepts holding out in the center. There's a couple of extra Stalkers to still actually get cancelled as we get the money for Nexus ourselves. I'm going to say that first Oracle will be popping out shortly. We do have units in the base here from Goblin, Sentries, and a Stalker, but this Goblin if this Oracle of Classic goes straight into Goblin's mineral line, I still think he loses some workers here because the Stalker Sentries are a little bit out of reach. They're like a step away. Classic going to make Oracle 2. It looks as though he is going to stack them. To be fair, this is a gamble, right? Because obviously if there's, right now we can see that it's obviously defenseless, but 2 Oracles can still also be very good. Then they're one-shotting probes, then they're going to do damage even more effectively. Sentries come out, chasing the Adepts away. Adepts going to threaten them ramp. Obviously, you all know that the Stalkers then must be in the main base ready to defend, but Stalkers will take a little while to kill an Oracle, and that's going to be the issue. Hallucination moving up. As you see, the Oracles now do come diving in. But we don't have Game Hop mod on, so we get 7 workers, and 1 Oracle dies. I don't think Classic lies to get 7 workers like that is needed, although he is actually only going to even up the work count with that as his Nexus finishes. He's actually still going to be behind a probe, so I guess that was damage he just needed to do. These Adepts trying to figure out if they can do anything here. They're going to commit in. They're going to go for more probes as well, so focusing probes rather than hitting any sentries or anything. And they will actually do very well here. That's going to be, what, like probably 7 or 8 more probes? Let's check it. Yeah, wow, more than that, actually. So he went from 7 probes killed, he got to 9 more, so 16 workers died. Suddenly Classic is 7 workers ahead, but behind on army supply. Maybe that's where Goblin can find a way back into this. Thank you, Slow Joe, for the 32-month resub, by the way. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. As our Oracle dives in, just going to grab that probie. Nice little catch. Oracle's still moving about. The Hallucination on the other side, trying to little look to see what else is going on. Nexus coming through again. Robo Facility finishing a few moments from Classic. Dark Shrine of Goblin, by the way, over in the main base. So he's going to pop that Dark Shrine down. 3rd Nexus coming up on both sides of the map. So we got a 3rd Nexus on the way. 3 Stalkers and a Sentry making their way out. Blink is about to finish up from Classic, so you'll have that advantage too. Obviously now the worker lead is going to start seeping into other portions of this game. Sentries, Stalkers making their way around that left-hand side. More of these units of Goblin coming around the right. 3rd Nexus will finish soon. From Goblin, again, it's going to be about the same time as Classic. Classic is just a little bit behind on that one, as he has maintained still about a 9-worker lead. And now coming in for a couple more probes with these Stalkers, again making some cute plays. Classic just doing all the little things right now to put himself in some good positions and to get himself some, like I say, some decent trade outs. Stalker's still hunting in from Goblin. Classic going to keep on trying to run. He blinked down to another low ground. As an observer of Goblin continues to the upper right-hand side of the map, and actually that's going to be in reach of an observer, so that will go down. That one didn't do anything too exciting. Stalkers is going to come through. There is going to be the gold base coming up, so we got this 4th on the way. Classic very comfortable and confident at the moment. Goblin continues to cross over that right-hand side. Again, a couple stalks coming about, the charge coming through, Forge on the way, the battery about to finish, and Temple Archives building in the main base as well. Looking to get that Temple Archives wrapped up. Still got charge on the way, still got the Forge on the way. Stasis Ward up on the high ground, getting taken out by the Stalker Sentry as well. And there's another DT warping in. The charge is now building from Goblin is, I think, like I say, Classic just very comfortable. We'll see how the DTs can do. Obviously, Classic has got one observer, but that's with the army. And elsewhere, he does not have cannons set up or anything like that, so he's very underprepared for Dark Templar. At least he's got one in the army, so if he does start pushing, he wouldn't have to turn around just for the fact that he's, doesn't have detection in his force. So that's one positive. Right now, Goblin's DT just sitting here, though. I wonder if he'll wait for more to be in position and strike or what, because right now, opportunities. I guess maybe he wants to see this army move further forward, and then he'll send the DT in. Obviously, the longer it goes, the less impactful the DT will end up being, though. As this is already looking as though just a problem over here. There's not enough firepower in this army of Goblin to really hold on. How's it going to knock down these rocks? He wants to hit the 4th base, and that's going to allow him to get to that side of the map. There's the DT that walks in. There's one in the 3rd base as well, so the DTs are looking kind of scary here. Like I say, it's going to be a good distraction at a good time. Forces a recall even, so actually great play from Goblin. Great choice to decide to wait, because actually pretty darn effective at the end of the day. One DT going to run to this corner. Actually killed 14 probes there, so that was very nice. Still struggling army supply-wise, however, as he'll move up and he'll put some damage on this gold base. He needs to be careful, though, because he doesn't want to get caught on this gold base. He doesn't want to be actually fighting, because, like I say, his army supply is struggling. Classic gets here, and Classic is going to force Goblin away once more. And now Goblin has to keep just running. So Stalker still hunting. The units of Goblin trying to get away further down to the south. The DT again warped in, the Zealots coming through, Stalker's pulling forward again. He continuing to push downwards here, 8 more Zealots warping in of Goblin, the Zealots still wrapping around. Now, Goblin just doesn't have the supply to fight, and I think Classic probably knew this, and that's why he just went home, dealt with the DTs to not let things start spiraling there, knowing that if he could just come across the map straight after comfortably, he was going to have a very good time. And obviously now, there's still going to be DTs, but he's going to have his own observers out back at home. And that's a big, big difference. Obviously, having multiple observers at home means he will just clean DTs up. Might have to run around a little bit, but this is something he can absolutely handle, as he's denied the 4th of his opponent. His own 4th is still up, the gold base, and his own 3rd currently not mining, but they are alive at least. They do exist. That means at least you don't have to invest money into getting them up, or the time spent to get them online. They are just already ready to go in that regard. So Stalker's going to come down this ramp, and we are going to... Oh, doesn't get the Prism, so even the extra warping goes off, never mind. Prism obviously falls eventually, but it just doesn't matter. Goblin is way too far behind. Also down an upgrade. Classic probably couldn't have too many more advantages available here, as I think we're observerless. Okay, there it is. One coming in from the side. DTs will not be the savior of Goblin. I was going to say, Classic has loads of observers, just, changes whether he has one on that side of the map already or not. He did. And that pretty much just wraps that up. So there we go. Another matchup gets rounded out, as we'll be heading into our next game here in just a few moments, which will be game number 2. Other matches have continued to move forwards, guys. MaxPax 2-1 Showtime. He plays Lambo or Clem in the semi-finals. Oliveira 2-0 ByuN. Oliveira will play the winner of this Classic and Goblin series. So that's where we currently sit as we wait for this next game to be hosted. It's Oceanborn for our map. Get that straight up and running. Perfect. So yeah, Classic leads 1-0. Get game 2 start up in a sec. Winner of this will be playing Oliveira in that semi-final. I believe that will be the first semi-final to start as well. I think, but maybe I'm wrong. Anyways, we're going to jump in game here. And kick off game number 2. What's up, Big Dave TV? How you doing? Good morning to you. Thanks for dropping by. As we get set up into, say, the second game. Heading into Oceanborn in the top left-hand corner. Our red Protoss player taking the 1-0 lead in the PvP. It is Classic. Battling against the blue Protoss in the bottom right-hand side. He's had a great run so far. Can he pull it back from a 1-0 deficit a second time in a row here? This is Goblin. Well, similar coming up, gateways are coming about as we get set to roll. And there's a couple of similars coming through, the probes coming online. See where we go here for our game number 2, then see what sort of stars we're going to see. Last game, obviously, Classic did proxy a Stargate, but I think the general impression was that both of them were kind of heading towards that macro game for a little bit, so something a little bit different now, heading into game number 2 perhaps, or are we just going to see straight up Nexus from each side? It is getting more difficult to kind of one base in PvP, but I was going to say, if someone does one base, Goblin is definitely one of those guys. He was one of the first people to go fight, kind of fight MaxPax with kind of like just the straight up 4 gates. Oh, this isn't good for Goblin though. He's going to proxy a robo versus a defensive at home robo facility. That is just naturally a better build order from Classic. Yeah, it can go wrong. You can be out of position maybe, but the general consensus here is this is already going to be a good start from Goblin. His setup looks good from the very start. 2 adepts come shading out, and they're just going to go after a Proby. Gonna grab that, take that down. There's a couple more adepts continue through. Robo facility coming up, warp gate on the way, stalkers coming about. Adepts still shading around there for a little as we continue to move around. Just gonna see some adepts chasing adepts for a little bit there. Adept will fight Adept. Stalkers in the front, gonna go after the Adept as well. Well, Prism is coming up from Classic. I like the Prism first. Obviously gives you a lot of micro potential. Now an Immortal on the way, and like I say, it's just going to be Classic having that defensive position. It's going to be tough for Goblin. And the problem is, eventually, if you kind of give up on your setup as Goblin, then your Robo is exposed, so you just can't keep that Robo alive forever. That probably is the best thing to do, right? You just kind of back it up into kind of just not try and overly commit to this at the end of the day. Get as much out of your Robo as you can. Set up some future tech so you're not completely reliant on continuing the Robo production too. Let's move back up into the main. Continue from the upper right hand side. Another Stargate is going to get placed. The Adept coming out of the Prism there as well. A couple of those Adepts coming through. Prism's going to unload a couple of Adepts. I'm going to start setting up a couple of Shades there. Just commit in. Classic. Will be just grabbing one probe, but that's one probe more than what Goblin's been able to gain thus far. So, Adepts showing up. Classic. moves on the map because he knows the power of the the robo facility being proxied. So if he gets over here and denies that robo, that is absolutely huge for him. And I don't think there's really a way for Goblin to defend it while also deal with the Adepts in his main. It's just going to spread out too many units. We pull back here. This robo just gets depowered again. You don't need to do anything fancy and fight this. You just got to give it up as Goblin and just move on. Push him around that right-hand side. Just moving about a little bit. Twilight Council Nexus coming up as well. Phoenix Silver Troll Line again. Twilight Council finishing soon. Nexus on the way. Server coming up. Another Adept getting walked in as well. There's our Stalkers and the Immortal trying to fight against that Immortal that dropped down. And this does get pushed back for the moment. Not fun to lose an Immortal though for Classic. I mean, there's definitely one way in which Goblin can take a turn in the right direction. With a Stargate out, he's building Phoenix, which means he can shut down the Prism of his opponent and maybe even lift Immortals during a fight. So that could be a big deal. Immortal count should be even now, right? Because he killed one, so 2-2. And obviously Resonating Glaive's on the way from Classic, so he's going to make his next tech choice count in a very aggressive push. Phoenix are nice against the Immortals, but the Adepts are going to be a problem. Do you think Classic has potential to succeed there, as they both will finish up and expand? Now a new robo builds from Goblin, but like I said, it's going to be a while until that really comes into play, until that really gets some life behind it. And the thing with Adepts is you don't even have to commit to the full push. The Adepts could potentially just aim for a Mineral Line, right? If the Adepts just aim for a Mineral Line and they take some workers down, I mean, that works as well. You just got, net yourself an advantage and go from there. You're going to see the Phoenix actually coming in with some lift so that the Immortals can drop down and try and make some trades. Oh, he did not drop the Immortal down as the Prism gets targeted by the Phoenix. Classic blundering a little bit in this game number 2. He was in a pretty okay spot. He's in a very good spot, but the Phoenix are making him kind of make mistakes. And credit to Goblin, he's found a way to make his opponent mess up. Huge deal. Well, Adept Sentries, Immortal coming down to the bottom side. The Phoenix is still setting up on the top. Phoenix still moving around a little bit. Again, a couple more probes in the pylon coming through as well. Still walked in over on that right-hand side. Steph shading up that ramp, trying to see what's going on. I mean, Classic is still set up with a slight army supply lead, but is that enough to commit into this attack? And Prism arrives as we are going to be on 2 Immortals to the 2. The Adepts commit. Great force fields though from Goblin. Keeps a lot of the units out the way. That Super Battery is going to get value right here. This ain't it from Classic. This is a very comfortable defense from Goblin. As Classic gets completely shut down. Now his Immortals get lifted by the Phoenix. He's got no firepower. Goblin just completely holds. Man, what a disaster for Goblin early. But what an absolute train wreck of a follow-up from Classic. As it couldn't have all gone more wrong. GG's, and we tie up 1-1 in this best of 3. Like I say, don't mean to be negative, but like it just couldn't have gone, like I say, more wrong. As the winner of this will play Oliveira in the semi-finals. Clem MaxPax is on the other side of the bracket. I'm not sure if they're allowed to begin before this series is done or what the situation is there. So yeah, not sure what the situation is on that, but we are going to go game 3 of Goblin versus Classic. How could we give up on Goblin after coming this far with him? Ghost River going to be our 3rd map of this quarterfinal. And winner of this plays Oliveira in the semi-finals, so that is known. Looks as though this will finish, and then we'll do the semis 1 by 1, guys. So that is the setup for today. 1-1, ready up we are. And away we go. Game number 3 of PvP time, guys. Classic and Goblin gonna go the distance on this series. Let's start this up when we get this up and running. Top left-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the red Protoss player who, again, blundered a little bit in that game too, I think. Let his opponent get right back in it with a lot of moves. It's classic. And Goblin bringing himself back into it and keeping himself alive in this series is in the upper right of Ghost River. Game number 3, as we get to the finale of this PvP. Two gates going down, similar setting up. Rope scouts through the main base. There's the probe chases. It's going to move around a little bit. Cybercore going through, gates coming up. Getting settled here as our probes continue to move about a little bit. Just trying to see what's going on. And a couple Stalkers versus Stalker Sentry. You do see probe nibbling another probe. Gate, Sentry, Stalker, probe continue to come through. I get some more nibbles coming down. So far, so good. I see a couple stores continuing over. You can see our stores trying to fight, trading out a little bit just for the moment. We do have ourselves the robot facility coming down now on the side of Goblins. Again, that ready to go. Stalker's going to get a probe kill on top here, Palin coming through. Well, these adepts getting chased, Stalker coming about. Robo facility and the adepts continue to come online. Stalker's going to get there. Adept gets turned around. Hallucination going to poke the Oracle. Going to We've seen Oracles activate. A couple of these probes going to go down. Nice from Classic. Gets himself a good edge here with a few workers lead taken. She has an Adept still here as well. Can't get anything more off it. Nothing in the natural currently. Lost mine time is at an all-time high for Goblin, who doesn't do too much on the other side of the map either. And Classic's on his way to the Immortal, which is obviously going to keep him very safe. Now Goblin is building up his prism, and we'll be able to go from there. Stalker's going to get there, another Adept going down. Going to be Phoenix firing. Prism going to be taking some shots. We do see Prism continue to come through. Stalkers regather over on the right hand side. We do see the Phoenix and a couple of Oracles going to fly into the natural. Probes will begin to go down again. Going to work our way through a couple of those. This is again the Prism about to finish. Twilight Council's halfway done. These Oracles again activating up and chasing down a few more of those workers. So, workers taking quite a few shots, as we do have. On the next phase of this game, kicking off with Classic up about 7 workers. Army supply is pretty even at the moment. Immortal's coming up and online. The next is coming through. The Blink coming up. All's going to be firing. Stalker's taking some shots. A couple of probes. Taking hits as well. Stalkers will continue to drop. You see 4 probes going down. Going to make this even more. 5, 6, 7. Workers getting picked away here. Whoa, we're going to get a little catch over on this side. Well then, 7 probes dead. As Goblin is, well, in trouble, let's just say the least. I mean, he's just going to have trouble across the board. He's going to have Oracles back in the natural. He has to recall to deal with the Oracles, which is obviously just time spent anyways. And it's, what, 2 Adepts in the Prism? The recall does scare the Oracles from chasing the probes further, but they could have had so much more. Well, Adepts moving out. Prism in the main base. We are just going to be seeing the pylon. Just going to get knocked down for the moment. Five more gates coming through. +1 and Blink coming up. Obviously, Blink's still ahead. Now on the way in from Goblin, but he will be behind that +1. As Classic just does more and more eco damage, it just doesn't seem like Goblin's going to be able to stand up and stay fighting in this game. Classic just extends his lead, and yes, he made blunders in game 2 to let Goblin back in it, but it's a very different kind of game. It's a game that is not kind of advantageous for Classic, but one mistake and Goblin's right back at it, which is kind of what happened last game, right? Like, you know, the Phoenix got the Prism initially, there was Immortal in it. That depowers a lot of what Classic was doing, then Classic feels like he still has to try and fight, but he doesn't have the power, and, you know, that knock-on effect kind of came through. This is a game where I feel like we need a few kind of bad decisions and bad choices and bad plays from Classic to really be, you know, coming out of this in enough of a deficit to lose out. And still gathering together, hanging out for the moment. +1 attack about to finish. Charge still coming through. Phoenix still chilling on that top side again. Charge, Temple Archives, the Nexus all continue up as well. Mortal Zealot Stalker still coming about. A hallucination coming over. Force fields dropping down. Prism getting chased. More force fields. I'm just going to have a little bit of a fight here as Classic. Yeah, can't get up this ramp just yet, but the moment he does get up the ramp, obviously Goblin's in trouble. Classic still has those oracles, by the way. They're going to set up stasis wards. One oracle goes down. The second one will catch multiple stalkers and a few probes. He has made his way up the ramp on the bottom side, or at least he started to. Stalkers around the right side. Zealots and Immortals trying to come in from the left. And the sentries get another round of force fields off, 1 or 2, but obviously I was trying to just get a catch. Doesn't do too much. Dribbling forwards, Immortals still being chased. The Zealots coming forward. Trying to leak their way into this at the moment. Another round of Zealots warp in on the back off of that prism. Zealot Stalker just going to move up this ramp. We're going to go charging through. Zealot's going to get into the front. Immortal's going to get chased away. Again, +2 attack coming around. We have another good force field. Goblin is prolonging his life with force fields, man. They have been very well placed to buy him as much time as possible, but at the end of the day, he just doesn't have enough, and GG has to be called. And it's going to be Classic taking the 2-1 victory. Alright guys, it's going to be semi-final time here in a moment. I don't know which one we do first. I'm just going to wait to find that out, but I am going to go to a quick break. I'll see you guys in just a moment. We'll be back straight after this.
Alright, guys. I didn't realize, but Clem is in Korea. Probably why Clem was playing on the Korean server earlier. That's really, I had absolutely no idea. Yeah, Clem in Korea. So this one's played on NA. Bottom right, Red Terran player from Team Liquid in the semi-finals of Kung Fu Cup number 9 is Clem. Taking on the Blue Protoss. In the top left-hand side, we have MaxPax. Double TVP semi-finals today. MaxPax Clem, and then we have Oliveira Classic. Max double gas on the way up. We got ourselves settled in. But we'll be nibbling at that SCV. Doesn't do much though. Pro well and truly locked into this main base now. Maybe we'll be finishing soon. Probe is going to nibble out a few of those SCVs. Factory still on the way up as well. Bringing all of that about. As the gateway continues in, the Adept is going to be starting up. Stargate Tech going to come in initially. The Cyclone coming through on the side of Clem. And that up and rolling. NCC coming through. The factory is on the way in. The Stargate's still building as well. The Reaper and a couple of Marines will just be checking forwards, but mostly just going to be getting that Cyclone out. The Reaper going to be left to try and scout. The Adept cancels a Shade. The Phoenix on the way from MaxPax, looking to keep him fairly safe in these early stages, wherever possible. We've seen the Adept actually getting caught by the Cyclone. Obviously, any units you can pick off right here work out quite nice. Clem supposed to be cautious as well, though. Against those Phoenix, you go a step too far forward and you can end up in trouble. So, got to be a little bit careful for the most part. Yeah, no, Phoenix will be moving about a little bit. Cloaking coming up. Banshee and a couple Marines on the way. The Siege Tank coming through as well. Gateway and our Robo Facility continuing into play. Plan is still just building a Marine Tank Banshee, so a very aggressive combination of units being set up for the moment as the Observer comes through. The Robo Bay is on the way. Phoenix still cruising through the center of the map. Just keep an eye on things as they'll gather and poke around that bottom right side. Again, Robo Bay, the Immortal coming through. The Marines and the Cyclones going to be there to try and dissuade these Phoenix from continuing to kind of come forwards.
come in now and just going to get rid of that mule. So the mule going down, a few SCVs will begin to drop. Some damage already being done for the moment. Nice start. Well, Clem just get all the way to the other side of the map. This is where, you expect the Phoenix to work well defensively. There's, of course, no third base from MaxPax, which obviously works in his favor. However, Clem's going to start bunkering up and defending. Just don't want to lose the siege tank, but yeah, he wants to try and get set up here. And SCV, I don't think will get to finish this bunker. The Phoenix could come in and lift it, although maybe if the Marines are positioned well, this would be something you can actually get up. Phoenix coming about, Colossus still coming through the probe as well on the way as our pylons on the way up from MaxPax. So we bringing those pylons out, the Phoenix still chilling in the main. Aussie Clem now going to double down on this with a second bunker. Yep, that's the sort of play you want to see with the Phoenix picking off a Banshee or so. Banshee is going to make its way across. Cybercore about to go down. The Stargate will be a target soon as well. Still firing, Stargate still taking some shots. It's going to be a Phoenix getting taken now. The Banshee's still chilling. We actually have the Phoenix on the other side just fully committing to the counterattack on the mineral line now. And on any reinforcements that pop out over there. And Clem's position is great, but how much is it doing? I guess it is delaying your opponent. Marine going to be there. Phoenix get pushed out. Still got extended thermal lands, Colossus, Gates, Nexus, all continuing through. The Cybercore going to finish. Pylon on the way. M+1, Stim, all coming through. Marine, Marauder, Medevac coming up as well. Phoenix still out in the center. Tanks and our Banshee going to move up. Tanks going to siege. One bunker is empty. That one will go down. And now has Stim available, so his army is somewhat stronger but still scared. Because obviously at this point you've not been able to reinforce in a while. Those Phoenix are keeping a lot of units back at home. It's scary to see so much back at home and not getting across the map. It feels like a problem. Mine's getting picked up as well. Phoenix absolutely making plays. Great for MaxPax to keep them alive too. Keeps that potential alive. He does take a third on the low ground as well, so defending that for further economy as Clem is going to get reinforcements across the map. And what sort of fight can he make from this? Of course, Clem's still only on 2 bases. Third CC building now. I mean, MaxPax's going to have to defend his third, but if he defends his third too much, he might open up the doors to the natural. And it's a very complicated setup because Clem's already in position. Phoenix still moving along back to the left-hand side. Bio was setting up there to move down that ramp. Now MaxPax just begins to split his army to deal with this appropriately and sort of saying, well, come on then. Let's do it. Let's bring it on. I'm happy to fight you if I need to. Tanks in position here, firing up. Pylon taking some shots. Phoenix still nearby. He's going to dive in for a Viking. Missile turret fighting back. Marauder. Or 2 Marauders in some trouble. Bio still trying to come down that ramp. There's our Colossus going to be there to turn it around again. What are we going to do? Still fighting a little bit further. Phoenix head back over to the top side. Again, concussive shells, combat shield, both of those still on the way up as well. As we continue to have a few Marines and Marauders just going to be there. Phoenix get pushed back. The Vikings and the Ghost Academy coming in. Now a bit of army from Clem all over the place. He's finally given up on that top left position, by the way. He's bringing these units back. He actually gets 2 Phoenix out of this as well. Oh, the Cyclone lock-on wasn't there for the second Phoenix. It was just regular shots. I thought it was a lock-on. Medivacs evacuate those siege tanks, and he has the boost to get away from the Phoenix as well. What a honestly fascinating 5 minutes from Clem. What a push. Great response to the reinforcements being picked off. Didn't overcommit with the units. I mean, how often do you see an army sitting there for that long actually find a way back home? Very impressive from Clem. I don't think that was easily done at all. MaxPax is just going to attack in here. I don't think that's it either. A couple of tanks set up, big army of bio to stim with. We don't have any ghosts yet, which is the only reason that this was maybe somewhat hopeful, as there are zealots in the main base, but they're not getting many SCVs. Clem pulled away appropriately, and so he's minimized damage taken thus far. And as those zealots go down, Clem's going to be able to just get back to that mining. HeroMarine gets one more zealot here. Looks like MaxPax is going to go bottom left for the next base. The bunker's still in position on the triangle, so 2 bunkers, 2 turrets. Apparently we're not fighting that right now, even though obviously Clem's completely given up on it. And yeah, MaxPax will expand down the map, obviously because typically you want that 3rd base on the triangle as the Protoss in this game. You don't really ever see this expansion pattern for 4 bases, so we'll see what Clem does about pushing it and what positions he might take. That's going to be interesting as our Nexus on the 4th is on the way. So that 4th base coming through. Clem also working on a 4th command center. That's on the way up as well. Viking and a few more ghosts continuing out. Viking tank continuing through to the middle. Some observer here that likely gets picked off in a moment, or not. Maybe not. Just chilling. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Bio turns back down to the south. This guy will pick off on the right-hand side. And Disruptor and everything else gathering together, +2 attack, and Blink on the way. Disruptor continuing to produce. That forge is still being built, by the way, as we do have the extra barracks on the way from Clem. Sensor Tower, Armory, Engineering Base, and more upgrades. He's actually down in an attack upgrade at the moment. MaxPax is going to have a lot of his tech available with Disruptors also in this force. His army probably as scary as it's ever been. Vikings fire, Phoenix taking some shots. Couple tanks siege up on that low ground. Bioforce going to get hit by the Disruptor. So I'll start to move up. A couple of EMPs going down. We actually are going to launch in, get rid of a Colossus, and Archon taking damage as well. Extra Zealots just get warped as we do have 2 more Zealots warping in again. Disruptor moving over the side. Just going to be able to grab that. Cheeky couple of extra EMPs coming down again. And Zealots are going to go into this mineral line, picking away at these SCVs. And, well, Archons are still getting blasted and melted. Clem, I think, has done pretty well in this fight. But he's got to deal with these Zealots. If he deals with the Zealots, I'm very comfortable for him to continue fighting across the map as well, honestly. It's going to be a new round of Archons, so I guess we're going to make sure the Ghosts have EMP energy again, otherwise that's going to be a problem, but I think so far Clem's been trading great. About to finish +1 armor. I'd love to see 2-2 start up immediately because you do not want to fall too far behind on upgrade, and I think that's one thing that Clem might be in danger of doing at this current point. You can already see, +3, +1 on the way from his opponent, so he's going to be working on catching up on armor. His opponent's working on a 2 attack upgrade lead, so that's huge, and Clem just stopped +2 attack immediately. No, +2 army. He does have double engineering, but I mean, I know he's a little bit strapped for cash. He hasn't had that much gas banked up, and now he can't afford it, and now he does build it. Bio dives, gateway at the front, going to be going down. Zealot Archon coming back through. Disruptor shot firing, but not landing. I mean, this is nice from Clem. Going to get into the natural, potentially into the main. This army of MaxPax just chasing, but as it chases, it's not actually in that good of a spot. Just a few Zealots melting, EMPs coming down. We'll be able to fight the Stalkers in the main base as well. Starting to lose HP on these units, especially as they've stimmed a couple extra times. They do lift up and just back away. Clem again with a very casual move to just do a lot of damage, but a lot of work in his favor, and just getting out so smoothly. Playing an absolutely beautiful game of Terran versus Protoss so far. Something a bit different from him early, but has just been so well controlled and thought out ever since then. +3/+1, continuing through. Firing, Medevac's gonna load up, gonna go boosting around the top. Still got that 2-2 on the way from Clem, so continue to bring that in as well. The Disruptors obviously have huge damage potential. Clem has a lot moving into the main, so as he fights this bottom left, MaxPax is gonna have to find obviously a defense in the main base as well, which obviously makes this a whole lot more complicated. He has units moving in position, so I actually don't know if Clem's going to be in that much of an issue. MaxPax also has money to warp in with, but no, apparently this was not good enough. We have a Colossus coming in to try and help this, but now +3 attack gets delayed. And denies the Disruptor shot by just letting the Zealots climb up on his tank, so then MaxPax doesn't want to blow up his own Zealots, so he just decides to pull that off to the side. Supplies are still staying fairly even as another Disruptor shot comes flying through, but will not be able to land just yet. I'm trying to get a jump on these Disruptors, but will not be able to, as his 5th base is going to get shot down. So no 5th for Clem, and there is a 5th base from MaxPax, so that could be a factor here. Actually looks as though Clem's already looking to pressure that a little bit. So the Disruptor shot, boom, and 3 more SCVs get taken out. Missile turret, 2 more SCVs get taken out as well. ByuN still chasing forward, couple Zealots on that right side. We could kill that pile. If we got rid of that pylon, then the warping wouldn't have happened. Just about goes off. Actually going to be good enough to still fight those Zealots. Actually drop back into the Stalkers in this main base, so I'm still feeling pretty okay, but with more Zealots showing up, that's probably going to be a turnaround. MaxPax now trying to dive in on the bottom right-hand side. Zealots coming in. Clem's 5th base attempt going to be denied again. MaxPax the one that's kind of denying this forward position, that forward army. Clem has his units here that are finally going to get pushed back. MaxPax with some momentum getting all the way towards Clem's 3rd. Obviously, if you get the 3rd, you can retreat out, killing the 4th base on the way. Problem currently for Clem is actually grabbing the Disruptors. Each Disruptor shot is proving to be a pretty major issue. Disruptor shot after Disruptor shot, a few more SCVs going down. Oh, he's still moving up around the top side. You see another Disruptor shot coming in, and another one. Gonna get a few more Marines. Clem has been bleeding out, man. I really felt like throughout the earlier stages of this game, it was Clem this, that, and whatever else. Now, not so much. MaxPax is taking a hefty supply lead. I think he can climb off the 5th base so long as held. I think a lot of those Disruptors found value. I don't know why my graphs aren't working, but they're not. Yeah, I can't get my graphs to show up, but resource loss is pretty even, so I think it's just the fact MaxPax has let Clem off this 5th base, and right now, there it goes again, 5th base dies. Clem does get a couple of units in the backstab again, though. This medevac drop comes in. MaxPax will not re-establish a 5th, but like I say, he did mine from this for some amount of time. Not sure that this is enough units to really come in and fight. We're going to kite backwards, try and choke up those Zealots. I'm just going to drop in the main base. That works too. Obviously, go after some of the infrastructure is also a great way to find value here. As MaxPax is still poking on the other side. 110 to 120 army supply. An impeccable game of PvT so far. That's a good Disruptor shot. Catches Clem looking elsewhere. The Disruptor is able to punish Clem a little bit. This Disruptor shot does not catch Clem though, so that's the win and lose moment of Disruptors. Clem decides to split and dive forwards, but now he's targeting the wrong Disruptors. The different Disruptor started to fire, and I think he's losing too much on the front, so he might not be able to stay alive, and that means his 4th base is likely in trouble. Going for a lift up in the main base as well. And Clem MaxPax just playing absolute peak level Starcraft 2 at the moment. Is another medevac lift up has to come down. It helps you to break through the Liberator as we're slowly chipping our way further and deeper towards the natural here. Clem is relocating his main base to try and get a fresh base of mining up and online. He is absolutely desperate for that at the moment, as he actually does get a dive on these Disruptors, multiple going down. That's finally a big win for Clem, and boy did he need it. The Viking gets picked off there, a couple more SCVs going down too. Clem only on 31 workers remaining, so his economy is in absolute tatters. A little bit more bio, a few more Zealots still going down. The Stalker's getting picked on as well. Archons continue to come about. Disruptor shot comes in. Goblin Marine's going to get grabbed. Going to turn back. And we've seen a couple of Archons get knocked down again. Units up on the top side, moving back around as well. Just seeing our MaxPax army going to be a little bit too much. GG says Clem, and it is MaxPax to take game one of this best of three. I really felt like MaxPax was in trouble for a lot of this game, but Clem was unable to deal with some of those consistent disruptor shots eventually. Became a big issue. Well, game two coming up. One hell of a first game, that's for sure. As we get going. Looking at the graph, Clem had supply lead for a lot, but he really had like a lot of moments where he just lost a lot and didn't really kill anything of MaxPax in the process. Some bad fights over the last 8 minutes, apparently, is what really did Clem in. Wiley was in here, but I think she walked in and walked out. We got the ready ups ready to go. Game number 2 of MaxPax vs Clem coming at you guys as MaxPax has taken the 1-0 lead and move forwards into the finals. Go. And we have down in the bottom left-hand corner the blue Terran player who's now down a game in this series. It's going to be Team Liquid's Clem. Really felt like he played an incredible first bit of the series, but clearly was just not enough. GG's. Now we have Clem in the bottom left, MaxPax in the upper right. We get this underway. Get back on track. And see if MaxPax can close out the series, move through to the finals of this Kung Fu Cup. Double gas coming in, racks coming through, getting the assimilator coming up from MaxPax so we get set and ready to roll. Here for this game number 2. A little bit of a refresher. Gonna be interesting to see what exactly Clem does, because obviously he opened very aggressively Marine Tank Ban. She set up that siege position last game, so I can only imagine he's going to go a bit differently this time. Set up and rolling as our barracks factory comes online, reactors coming through. One of the things that Clem never really got to in that last game, obviously, is kind of a higher Liberator count, and that could have been one of the ways in which you really are able to zone a lot more of the army, so the Disruptors have to kind of zone more so than kind of look to kind of grab fights and push you. The thing with Disruptors is if you don't have any way to stop them advancing, they keep pushing you back, whereas at least with the Liberators,
they can maybe push you back so they can kind of start walking towards lib range, but then that's as far as you get pushed back, right? So that could have been maybe a difference for Clem if he'd gone up to some libs, but honestly, I felt like the game was controlled enough. Again, just not getting his 5th base up for so long was genuinely the big issue. Became a big problem deeper into the game as he struggled to stay in it. As Yo Zero Ammo, thank you so much for the 37-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Two Reaper's gonna grab this Proby. It goes down. Hellion coming across as well. So 2 Reapers and Hellion going up towards the upper right side. And we will try and get in here, Clem, early to try and get some damage done. So moving straight through. Probes are going to be exposed. It's now going to be 2 more Reapers again. Stalker's at least putting some good work in. That's a good wall, however. The Hellions just run around it. Now MaxPax will pull the probes, pulls them off to the side. He's just going to let these units deal damage as he tries to play cleanup. The Stalker's getting popped back. 7 workers is, okay, even more. 9 workers is extremely successful early here from Clem. Okay, it's a unit commitment from Clem early, but I think that's worth it. As the Cyclone move forward, we are going to get rid of the Stalker there, so it's going to be a great grab. So the medevac loading back up the Cyclones, we can have that strong Clem micro being shown for a moment. Think about a finish on the side of MaxPax. Next is coming through, a couple more Stalkers coming about. Medevac boosting, Marauder, Cyclone Marine's going to be on the journey across the map. We'll try and get some damage done. MaxPax already has Blink straight into charge, different style of play here, obviously with that Twilight opener. I'm just going to play very gateway unit heavy early on. Seven SCVs. Going down is going to get the SCVs surrounding the Stalkers. The medevac on the other side gets shut down. So we lose a bunch of SCVs, and MaxPax, I would say, getting right back in this. It's a lot of SCVs killed. He completely cleans up this drop as well. Very nicely done. Stalkers coming across, couple tanks are going to get there. Stalkers get blasted quickly. Oh, Siege goes down as well. These Stalkers are having a great time. This is all falling apart for Clem in this game. MaxPax is doing a fantastic job of just getting damage done, picking away anything that Clem might have been able to set up towards. This is getting to be worse and worse and worse here on the side of Clem. MaxPax taking full control in game number 2. Moving around the back. I'm gonna go dropping into this main in just a moment or two, try and get some matrix, some auto turrets off. Maybe try and find some value. Stalkers moving about. Bio gonna go around. Turrets will drop in, battery will fall, a couple of probes are going to be taking some damage as well. Stalkers will be fighting, the Marines taking the shots.
And the Bio still just pushing through the center. A couple more probes going down. Bio moving up. A couple Wooden Mines are going to burrow. Oh, Zal's still trying to warp in. Do we have enough here for Clem to really be scary? Good Wooden Mines, but there's the Stalker showing up. They get a medevac and they're going to just go hunting. Prism already setting up on the other side of the map as well, so MaxPax will have that very shortly. Wooden Mine's actually going to head into this. Stop this Prism heading into the main. No. Oh, he turned into it. He turned into it. Didn't matter, actually, because he turned out. Only one Wooden Mine hits. The Prism lives. And that's going to be pulling Clem into the main. Everything's on the way to the main, so the third base is open. MaxPax is going to jump on the third. I think I'd say Clem's just out of position for that. Big warping of Zealots in the main as well. If Clem is not committed correctly, he might be in trouble. Not enough Zealots really on the low ground here, though. MaxPax to do with a little extra to really just help him through. One of these Widow Mines goes down. Second Widow Mine as well. Neither of them get to fire. And uh-oh, Clem may not have enough units at all. SCVs in the main base are running around after the Zealots. We do lose the Immortal. Our Stalkers are not going to finish off this Orbital, which is burning. 18 SCVs going down. MaxPax trades army out, but he gets a lot out of it. Goes pretty darn well. Stalkers and the Zealots coming about. Abayo still trying to play defense, but this third base looks as though it's going down, and it looks as though MaxPax is booking himself into the finals of today's Kung Fu Cup. The Wooden Mine burrows up. Wooden Mine going to go off on the Zealots. SCVs are going to be there to repair up the Orbital. That's going to be GG's. MaxPax with the 2-0 over Clem. Impressive series from him. Game 1 really bringing it back in my eyes, and then Game 2 absolutely just going full turbo mode. Very, very nicely done. So we have to swap over to Korea now. That's what the sound is. Everyone's swapping server. Just get invited into this in a couple of moments. Get this ready to go. Oliveira and Classic in our second semi-final. Winner plays MaxPax in the finals, as we just saw. Get that ready to go. Go. Thanks for joining us today, guys, for some Kung Fu Cup action. If you're enjoying the stream, all the usual. Follow, subscribe, etc. Helps us out a whole bunch. Let's just wait for an invite into this next series. Alright guys, just waiting for everyone to get hosted up. It's going to be Oceanborn to start us off, followed by Alcyone and Side Delta.
Yeah, loading into the lobby, guys. The first map getting hosted up, so we shouldn't be too much longer. Get this underway in just a second. It's ready to go, go, go. Hey. Alright, lobby's up. So we're going to be good to go here in just a sec. Get this rolling. Kick off into this match in a moment. Get this underway. We can go, go, go. Yeah, it's a Mayhem. Thank you so much for the 67-month resub on tier 3. Thanks so much. Don't have a lot of tier 3 subs, so appreciate it when we see one. We even have. Let me have a peek. We have 3 entire tier 3 subs. That's wild. Thank you so much for being one of them. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the tier 3. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As we get ready to rumble into Oceanborn for map number 1 of this TVP. Kick this off and go into our second semi-final here. Get things underway as we have got ourselves in the top left-hand corner of the map. Our red Protoss player. This is Classic. Taking on the blue Terran, who's been on the on a bit of a stormer today. It is going to be Oliveira. Up and ready to go. Get this set. Get this ready to roll. As apparently I am going to have a lag out. Lovely. Love that when you die in the first minute of the game. Always a plus. When the Korean server doesn't love you at all. Oh, Roddy as well. We all lagged out on the... on the clean feed, it doesn't even show me. Okay, so a bunch of Europeans just lagged out of Korea. Alright guys, I'm going to try to log back in, but I'm just waiting on the Twitch stream to come back as well. The Twitch stream's currently waiting for us all to have lagged out. So we're not going to be in game for game 1, but we do have a clean feed fortunately, so let me just sort that out for you guys. Alright. I'm just watching the clean feed here then for game number 1. As we get back into it, we do have ourselves a couple of minutes in, and Oliveira is just setting up the expansion. So is Classic, waiting to see tech choices obviously fairly soon. We're getting that underway very shortly. As our probie moves up into this main base, we're going to have a little bit of a scout around here. The Adept popping in immediately, the Twilight Council coming through, so Twilight Council the choice on the side of Classic. Oliveira Just gonna add on a second barracks already, so already going very biocentric, which is such an Oliveira thing to be doing. That's very typically Oliveira, so getting that up and running. Council finishing shortly, a couple more probes coming. Again, Adept and the warp gate coming up as well. Reaper still poking in over on the other side and just going to be hopping into the main. Now the Adept is going to be there and he's going to be able to come through and hop the Adept back just a little bit. Reaper continues back out in the center again. Blink on the way. Warp gate coming through. The robo facility continues into production as our orbital command would love to land in over on this natural. The Adept is going to try and block that as well. Cyclone locking on. The Adept is going to get cleaned up. The orbital will land. And we have ourselves a couple of gateways still set up at the front. Robo facility still building in. Stimpack coming online, the extra Marines coming through, Widowmine also coming up. That's Reaper gonna get pushed back by a couple Stalkers. Yeah, guys, the stream's a little bit laggy. As you can see, there's some FPS drops and stuff. I can't do anything about that since we got kicked out of the game. I think a bunch of the European casters got kicked out of the game, so it's unfortunately just how it is. Reaper moving about, Adept on the patrol. Seeing our Stimpack combat shield continue to come up as well. Reaper on that move around, still just trying to find as much information as possible. He's going to just fire a few more shots off as we have our Stimpack and Combat Shield continue to come on through. Nexus is going to drop down. As that Nexus gets dropped into place, we also have ourselves these few Stalkers going to hop up into the main. Then go after a couple of different SCVs, so 2 of those go down. We already saw Oliveira earlier today. And some of the aggression he's happy to play with, right? So happy to kind of bring the fight to mana early, happy to pull SCVs. Like I say, he's had a good run today. Took out Mana, he's taken out ByuN. So he took out Mana, he took down ByuN. I think he took down, must have taken down Gumiho. No, I've completely forgotten. What was Oliveira's run? Yes, he took down Mana, then HeroMarine. I was going to say, we didn't watch the Oliveira ByuN series, but I was trying to think what happened. No, so it was he took down Mana, he took down HeroMarine, he took down Gumiho, ByuN, and now here in the semifinals against Classic, he's taken out Goblin and Shin on his route to get Yanjim. Oliveira's run sounds sickening in comparison. As these few Stalkers are going to try and keep Oliveira honest on the front doorstep, trying to do a little bit of action over there already. Pulse going back over the side. Marauder going to be there. Stalker's taking shots. This one's still coming through. And there's our Forge coming online, charging the extended thermal lance still being brought in as well. And that Robo Bay keep on producing forwards. +1 attack coming up from Oliveira, a couple more Marauders, and the Siege Tank coming through as well. Medevac's also in production. Them Stalkers chilling out on the bottom side. Bunch of extra gateways in the main base. Temple Archive still coming through, +1 attack, extended thermal lens, and charge. All being brought up as well, so we bring all of that forwards. Also going to retreat home with a few of these Stalkers. Oliveira coming around the center with a bit of that bio. Where are we going to go? Observer still on the move. Storm coming up. Again, charge is about to be done. +1 is now about halfway done as well as
Classic trying to hold a bit of a forward position, but as he just goes to Storm already, Classic, I think, is heading into the kind of game he likes. If he gets to Storm, he may just start up additional Stargates. He is absolutely one of the guys that will just go for that additional tech option. Mayo's going to run forwards, just going to grab a Zealot, or at least try to. The Prism was pretty quick on the pickup, to be fair, and does evacuate out. Lives Marauders, Marines, and the +1 armor continuing through. Missile turret and a couple of additional SCVs building. Again, Storm about to be done from Classic, so feels as though he gets into a more comfortable spot. The Liberator is coming up though from Oliveira, as he is ready to take this to a later stage of the game and to fight it. Fire coming about, just going to go in after this set of rocks. Rocks will go down. High Templar still moving forward. Prism continuing down that right-hand side. Couple storms coming through. Tanks are going to siege up. Tanks will go out of fire. The storms all over the place as the tanks now melt. Do we have enough bio to chase in? Two of those Colossus in the back are super low. There are Vikings to take them down. The Prism coming in for the flank as we can blink for Medivacs, but we don't hit the right one. Medivacs getting out alive. Classic, I think, does win in this fight, though, as he comes out ahead on supply, and he's actually going to keep chasing straight across the map as well, as the Classic might be feeling as though he can get some more done. Has the Prism to reinforce with as well, so there's absolutely an opportunity and a possibility that we can send this right now. Our army's still pressing forward, so Classic up 20 supply. Does he want to commit in here? I mean, he's got a couple more High Templar building energy. I don't even know if he needs to commit in, right? At the end of the day, I don't think it's necessary for him to just say, right, this is it, it's time to go, and there's no other option, there's no other choice. I think he can afford to take a few moments to breathe a little bit, and to give this a second or two to pan out. And those Liberators sieged up, tanks across the back. Prism is going to work its way around the right-hand side. A single Zealot coming up is going to go chase down that Marine as the missile turret is there, and the Prism gets pushed back. Prism is going to get chased all the way back up that right-hand side. A few more Zealots getting drop out of the Prism as well. The rest of this army still moving around here. We just have this army collected in the center from Classic. They'll scan into the main base. Oliveira trying to see a bit of what's up, and I think what he wants to see is, are you going to Fleet Beacon and extra Stargates, which is exactly what we're on our way to doing. So that Fleet Beacon and extra Stargates coming up as we get Drilling Claws on the way, the 2-2 upgrades coming about as well. The Stalkers and the Zealots still making their way around. Extra Stargates again on the way through here in this game. Number 1, Oliveira can catch some of the Zealots on the bottom side, but Classic's army's looking monstrous, and if Classic trades and starts rebuilding into carriers, that could be very tough for Oliveira to really match, if Classic's going to do it off the back of a decent trade as well. So we will see, as for the moment just poking forward, pulling back, doing what he can. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers repositioning, Vikings trying to get some shots off, Archons and Zealots trying to move through, and we're going to lag! Oh, horrible time. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's probably a regame, no? It's probably just a regame. I mean, I say regame, I mean like rehost and go back to like maybe 11 minutes just before this fight. Apparently we're good now, so we're gonna go. We might just stick to the okay, looks like we're just gonna resume this. I was gonna say we'll probably just stick to the clean feed ourselves, guys. Don't want to risk us going in game if it's being laggy on the Korean servers. We do see Classic punching through, and I was gonna say that's the stream dying this time. But it comes back for us just about to watch Classic clear up house and to win out game number 1. Game is called, and Classic takes the first game of this series. GG's, GG's. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna go try and jump in game for round 2, guys. Yeah, that was kind of a sad time. I don't think it really changed the fight. If it did, Oliveira probably would have just requested to
go again, you know, but GG's, GG's. Alright, alright. Alright guys, a little bit of waiting. Like I say, we're not going to try and join in game. I think we're just going to go off of the clean feed, just to keep it as safe as possible. Does it pause if OBS lags? No, it's you have to pause yourself to actually pause the game. Sometimes it'll stutter and it'll stop, but like you can't control if it like stutters and like stops and goes, etc. They should be in-game in a second, guys. I just saw them go in-game on the actual in-game screen, so we should be in-game on the clean feed in just a moment. This is why I don't like doing the, this is why I don't love the clean feed, because it plays the music. Hopefully this music is okay for YouTube, by the way. Didn't even think about that. Alright, we're going to go in-game though, guys, so let's get into game number 2. That's going to be Classic in the top right-hand side of Alcyone, and Oliveira in the bottom left, as Oliveira trails 1-0 in this best of 3. So, Alcyone, we go. Cracks gas coming up, we got a gate coming through. Settle ourselves down for a little bit. Can see that probe of Classic heading down the bottom left. Oliveira going to be there. Let's see, building up his barracks, and this probe can get some scouting done in these early stages. We're moving about, Nexus coming through, the assimilator coming up, Adept and so on coming about. We're about to see ourselves. Yeah, we're about to see ourselves some action here, I believe, in the form of tech choices, and that will be fun to see as we especially see what Classic wants to do tech-wise. Will be neat. Comes about. Adept is going to commit onto the SCV, take that down. His 2 Marines and a Reaper are going to chase down the Adept, and the Adept going to take a lot of shots. Adept should die here as well. There's too many shots taken. Reaper can always chase, and it will go down. The Adept, his buddy all about to show up, and there's going to be a Reaper and a couple Marines there. Reaper does go down, didn't heal up just yet. Classic, he's going to have to retreat away. That Adept already taking shots, just trying to squeak on out of there. Get out of there safely alive as best as possible.
Come on, gates coming up, a robotics facility coming in. We got a lot set up for ourselves right now. Blink coming through, the robo and the gates, like I say, all coming up as well. So just a bit of everything coming in right now. Stalkers and the Dev just going to be hanging about. We do see the gateway coming up, a couple of simulators coming through, tech labs are building. As the observer builds off on the robo facility, another gateway finishing in the main. And again, that blink up here from Classic, and that's where he started to do very well for himself in that last game as well. Got that blink up and was able to start getting a lot out of it. Something similar this time is Stalkers gather, medevac boosting up this right-hand side with a couple of mid-widow mines inside. Blink about to be done on Classic as well. Well, if widow mine drop can do anything, not just yet, gonna hang for the moment. Stalkers in the center, playing a bit of cleanup though, and here's the widow mine drop. Two Stalkers will not be enough to shoot the medevac down super quickly, but the probes will pull, and that will get rid of the first widow mine. We actually have an observer to clean up the second. There's actually just blink and we'll get rid of the medevac here, and that works as well. No, medevac let to live. Surprised that the medevac didn't go down there. That should have been an easy target. We actually get it in the end anyways. Okay, this was just a wild sequence of events. As our Stalkers come in and nothing in position quite yet. We will get a few SCVs, and again, this blink finding value already from Classic. Very clean as well. Look at that, picking off 3 more Marines as well. Has a couple of SCVs. Beautifully done. Very nicely handled early. Well, Colossus and extended thermal lens continuing to come through for the moment, so we bring that all up. Stalkers move back out and about. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 all on the way. Fire's going to be there. Stalkers getting turned around. Stalkers going to get there. Marauder goes down. Going to find 2 Marauders. Picked off right from the start. Beautifully done. Again, the Stalkers value for Classic. They've done so much for him already. And I'm in a great position here in this game number 2 already as well. Going to get there. Pylon will go down. Widow Mine continues to move up top. Widow Mine shot goes off. Stalkers have to back it up a little bit. Cloth's going to be there. Oliveira does have the +1 attack advantage. Just 3 more gates come online, and Classic just ready to start swarming with the Zards in the front lines. Temple Archives coming up, a couple extra gates coming about, +1 attack coming through as well. As our Vikings and Tech Labs continue in, and you just have this Bioforce of Oliveira still pushing to the upper right-hand side. Fire will get rid of 1 set of rocks. And a couple of Vikings in the tank and everything still setting up. More Bio in the center from Oliveira. Zards will begin to unload, getting a little bit of a grab. Back out the middle, Classic. Actually feeling confident to go push into the center himself. He's going to retake that watchtower. Always a big factor here on Alcyone is, again, Classic just doing what he does best, which is get to Storm and then open up the potential of going later game from there as well. So, seeing this come about right now. Tommy comes back around on the right side. Gonna be moving up. Storm on the way in still. A couple of Vikings, Marines, and Ghosts all coming about as well. There's extra Ghosts still coming through as we do have our Prism on the right. Just chilling, waiting for opportunity. Oliveira currently on the 3 bases. Obviously stepping up to base 4 will happen in about a minute, so we'll see how that goes. Knocks down a Marine on the center again. We have ourselves the shields coming up, plus 2 attack coming up. That underway. Classic is, like I say, maybe ready to kind of go and... I mean, he's ready to drop down the extra Stargates. He throws those down, but I wonder as well, it'd be somewhat okay if he actually was able to kind of try and deny the 4th coming up. I think it's going to be tough for him to get across the map, as you saw there. There's a lot of Vikings available. This Prism is going to have a terrible time. Focus pretty much straight towards the Vikings, and will go down trying to escape. Didn't really take the best road out, to be honest, at all. Nice position from Oliveira, taking advantage of that gold being built. So that's the 5th base attempt of Classic denied for the moment. Still first class coming through. We're actually going to just go dive our way forwards, and a couple of tanks going down already. So going to get rid of the tank. Just going to be continuing through. Just going to go after the set of rocks here. Classic is, after killing 13 SCVs with some of the Zealots, and puts me in a good position. Gonna dive forwards here. 4th base goes down. Great storms as well. Do we get out without taking too much damage here as Classic? It's a little scary because, yeah, the Vikings are going to chase down all the Colossus. We got Ghost trying to run in as well. The storms have been very good, softening up a lot of this army. Obviously, Classic's just going to run and run and run and never stop. He is building carriers behind this. Any Vikings damage that he dealt there was good as well for the carriers coming through. Plus 3 attack is coming about. A couple extra carriers and a mothership still coming in. Such a great scenario for Classic, right? You win some fights, you do some damage. Now you've made your carrier transition come up extremely easily, and so you set yourself up in a great state in this semi-final. MaxPax sitting waiting in the finals for whoever does come through, and currently that's looking like Classic up 1-0 and feeling good about game 2 for him at the moment. Let's see if he can continue to execute. Now let's set up the Rufio 3077. Thank you so much for the 2 months resub on the Prime while you have a few moments of calm. Army still moving about again. Mothership plus 3 coming up. More interceptors on the way. Classic comes pushing through the center. Shots coming through, opening up some rocks. This is going to be a tough fight for Oliveira. He didn't even repair his Vikings. He's going to have a massive concave. I feel like that's really the majority of what he's going to have. And the concave is going to be huge, but Classic might be able to nullify some of it because he will have force fields available. Pops the cloaking on the mothership. Storms coming all over the place as the interceptors are going to fly high. I mean, the Vikings are gone already. There just feels like there's no hope to get rid of these carriers at all, as Classic is going to comfortably take the 2-0, knocking out Oliveira and moving us through to a PvP finals today. I think I'm actually going to call it there for myself, guys, instead of doing the PvP finals. I had an early start today because I had to take my car to the garage and stuff, so I'm going to go and wrap us up early. And we'll be back with more StarCraft 2 tomorrow. Tomorrow we've got a good stream, because tomorrow we've got the WardiTV Summer Bash Group A. And it's some really fun matches as well from that. So let me just tell you guys exactly who's playing. Tomorrow we're going to be having Scarlett, DRG, Skillus, DNS, and ByuN playing 10 best of 3s. And so we're going to be live from the same time as today, and we'll be going for 10 best of 3s a length, which is usually 5+ hours or so. Obviously, there's a ton of English streams covering the PvP finals, guys, as well, so it's not like you guys can't watch it. I'll host you guys onto one of the guys with less viewers, probably. And then I will see you guys in a little bit. So thanks so much for watching. I will see you guys, like I say, next time. Which will be tomorrow. Full on stream tomorrow. And then we'll have WTL and stuff over the weekend as well. I'm not here Saturday, but I am here Friday, Sunday. I also got replays of the... You guys might have seen on TL the Starcraft Evo tournament that's going on with the Chisk Murloc King SC1 vs SC2 Cup. They actually sent me some replays of it. There's not been an English cast, so we might do some of that kind of at different points of the weekend. Maybe before WTL we do like a few series or something, because I know some people want to see that, so I think we might be doing that as well to kind of buff up the WTL days. So yeah, that's what's going on. Hey Ellie, you here to say goodbye to the stream? You're just gonna sit there and get your butt rubbed, are you? Okay, I see. I see. Alrighty, we'll take a couple, we'll call it a day there, guys. I'll run a set of ads on the outro, and I'll host someone up. You guys have a great day. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time.
was kinda hoping we could take a trip to Oakland, cruise around and see the ocean, forget about Instagram posting. I really, really like you. I do, I do, I do. And I could never leave you. You know it's true. Well, I mean, for a second at least, you're like Chanel #9. Better yet, for release, I will give you my heart, girl, every piece. Mission complete. You got me walking on air. You got me walking on air. You got me walking on. If our love was a flower in June, ain't no way that flower won't bloom. Meet me off Contra Costa around noon. It's a two-seater, but we got room to stare. But I don't care. No, I'm not scared of walking on air. You got me walking on. You